Hello, hello, and welcome to another live. All right, we're here, and it's West Indies versus Australia, and it is the third T20, so three of three. And right now, West Indies, they decided that they're going to bat first. So at the crease, we have Myers and Charles, and after four deliveries, it's four, and West Indies now losing one wicket. So, welcome, welcome. So, I'm just going to pass this over to Rurian. So, as you can see, West Indies just lost a wicket there. So, it's, four for one after the first over. Yes. So, welcome, welcome. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. Who will win this game? The poll is going on in the chat. So, let us know. And also let us know where you're tuned in from. Over to you, Rurian.
All right, hello. Second over is going to be bowled by Bernoff. Goes to Myers, who pulled this one into the onside, down to square leg. He gets a single and he's off the mark. So after 1.1 over, it's West Indies 5 for 1. The batsman being out is Johnson Charles. He fell caught Matthew Wade bowled Bartlett for 4. So Bernoff is bowling to Nicholas Puran here. And good delivery outside off stump. Puran leaves that one alone. So West Indies winning the toss today again, and they chose to bat today, setting a score. Just trying out something new, I guess. And let's see how they will pair off with this one. So changes to the team. They will have Brandon King being out, Shea Hope as well being out, and it's Mears and Roston Chase coming into this squad. So Burnoff with his third delivery was to Nicholas Paran, who tucks him in the onside for a single. So West Indies their 6 runs for 1 wicket after 1.5 overs. Burnoff with his fourth ball into Mears, full on the middle stump, and Mears coming down on that one, playing that one out to mid off. There is no run. So good delivery there up in the block hole, and Mears was up to the task. Good delivery from Bruno, curling away, and Myers was good enough to get that one out as Burnoff comes in with his fifth delivery to Myers, who pulls this one through mid wicket, and he's going to get a single once more. So West Indies moves on to 7 for 1. 7 for 1, the West Indies after 1.5 overs. So a slowish kind of start for the West Indies team. So let's see what they will come up with at the end of this one. Fair enough to Nicholas Puran, who drives at this one. He's edging and caught. So after 2 overs, West Indies are 2 wickets down for 7 runs. Good delivery. Ball tailing away from Nicholas Puran. He went for the drive, edge found, catch taken, and West Indies West Indies, they are 7 for 2. So good delivery, starting at about fourth stump, outside off stump, and curling away. Nicholas Puran were unable to keep his back inside the line of that one, and he is out caught behind. So the two West Indies batsmen who got out, they are out caught off the last ball of the over. So it's Burnoff. It's both Nicholas Puran caught Maxwell Bone Burnoff for 1, and West Indies they're in deep trouble here. A poor series for Nicholas Puran comes to an end. A beautiful delivery, lots of shape, and well caught there by Glenn Maxwell. And the Australians, they are elated about this one. So West Indies having a long batting order today as Roston Chase makes his way out to the crease. 2 overs, West Indies are 7 for 2. Roston Chase 11 matches, 74 runs, and a lot will be required of him as Bartlett bowls to Myers, who inside edged this one down to the boundary for 4. So a second boundary of the inning for the West Indians as Bartlett was just outside off stump Myers going for the cut shot, finding the inside edge of the bat, bouncing over the glove of the right glove of Matthew Wade, and he earns his first boundary. Not looking too comfortable are the West Indians with this kind of bowling. The Australians getting some shape off the pitch as Bartlett into Mears, who slashes this one down to third man. He's going to get a single here. He moves on to he moves on to 7 from 5 and gives Chase his first opportunity to face Bartlett. But Mears trying to go over the offside there again and getting a thick outside edge that go and down to third man, and he was able to pick up a single here. Chase coming into the team. So the two batsmen at the crease are the guys that were brought into the team for this third and final T20 match. Here, Myers he's 7 from 5. Chase is facing his first delivery, and let's see what will happen here as Chase is pulling this one into the mid wicket area, not getting full contact there, but he will get a single and he will get off the mark. We can remember Bartlett doing really well in the ODI series, picking up a four for sure in one of those games. But West Indies on the back foot as two big blows struck by the Australians, Charles and Puran back in the crease, back in the pavilion rather, with not much runs on the board as Bartlett bowls to Myers, who fixed this one away down to fine leg for 4. Good shot there from Myers. First shot that he has found the middle of the bat, and he is into his work here, clipping that one away down to fine leg for 4, and the West Indies score moves on to 17 for 2. So Mares to face Bartlett again. 10 off the over so far. Bartlett 1 for 14 after 1.4. The ball to Myers. And Myers is out. He's chopped on. So 3 wickets down for the West Indians as Bartlett bowls to Myers. He was on his toes, back coming in at an angle, inside edge found. And that's the end of Kyle Myers. He bowled for 11 by Bartlett and West Indies. They're 3 down for 17 runs, losing a ton of wickets in this power play, not able to negotiate the good bowling that is the boat bowling that is coming through from the Australians, and showing that it's not necessarily the scoreboard pressure that is giving them trouble, but it's the quality of bowling that these Australians are putting in. And that's the end of Mares. And here comes Captain Ravman Powell batting in the power play for the second time in 2 matches. He did well last game where he made a 36 ball 63, and he'll be called upon today again to score some runs. So your West Indies 3 down in the space of 3 overs, and not what was written on the script any at all. So serious trouble here for the West Indies. And if they're going to pose anything close to a good score, they need their captain to do really well here in this one again. He's going to be under the microscope of Bartlett, who's bowling really well. 2 slips, with their waiting away for this as Bartlett runs into the West Indies captain Rovman Powell for his first delivery. He's on off stump and Powell is in behind that one, knocking it into the offside, and there is no run. So at the end of the over, it is West Indies 17 for 3, some 10 runs coming from that over. But most importantly for the Australians, they got the third wicket of Kyle Mayers. He went for 11, and the West Indies are 3 for 17. That's the latest score here in this match. So West Indies, the West Indies team for today, not having Brandon King in the lineup today. So that's one change that was made. So no Brandon King. So Mike Carl Myers and Johnson Charles, Nicholas Pura, and Ruston Chase, Robman Powell, Sherfie and Rutherford, Andrea Russell, Romario Shepherd, Jason Holder, Akil Hussein, and Azaria Joseph, the West Indies playing 11 as Burnoff comes into both Ruston Chase, who's on the back foot playing this one out to point, where it's fielded, and there is no run. So West Indies under a lot of pressure here in the power play. Um, good dimensions here of the field. So really longer boundaries, square of the wicket. So you'd want to go down the ground, 62 meters down the ground, and you have 82 meters and 74 on the square boundary. So ideally, you'd want to go down the ground with your shots as Burnoff bowls to Chase, who drive this one into the cover. There's no runs, and that's the second ball of the over. Hope, not Hope, but Ruston Chase. He is one from three. Powell is yet to score. The West Indies 17 for 3 after 3.2 over. West Indies winning the toss and choosing to back in this one. And they're under some immense pressure as Burnoff comes into Ruston Chase, who opens his move the front leg out of the line and knocks this one over long on for 6. Beautiful shot. And, perfect place to go with this shot as down the ground. The boundaries are shorter, but it was Burnoff getting that one into the arc of Roston Chase. He was really still on that shot and went through with that one, and that went all the way for a 6. Beautiful shot there, the first of the night for the West Indians, and takes the score to 23 for 3 after 3.3. Fair enough. Comes to Jason. He pushes this one to mid off and trots through for a single. And it's quite comical as Burnoff was giving a huge appeal, ensuring that the umpire checks this one out. Chase was safely home by my naked eye, but this is something that it has been carried over from the last game where the Australians didn't put in an appeal and the umpire did not give that one out. So we're waiting on that replay to see what happened. Chase clearly into his crease before the bails have been dislodged. But the Australians not taking any chances this time as they're ensuring that the appeal goes in and the umpires do their necessary work. So it's a single to Chase. So he goes to 8 of 5 and turns over the strike to Ross to Robman Powell. So Robman Powell takes strike for his second delivery. He's going to be facing up to Burnoff 1 for 10 after 1.4 as he goes to Robman Powell, who slashes this one over the offside. It bounces away. I'm not sure it will get to the boundary. Should have time to come back for 3 on this one. And 3 runs completed. So Robman Powell is off the mark. A slashing shot outside the off stump, not able to cover, not able to get good timing on that one, and it didn't go to the boundary. But good running by the West Indians. They went ran that one and got 3. So the score moves up to 27 for three after 3.5 overs, and the West Indians trying their best to rebuild after losing three quick wickets. It was Johnson Charles first to go. He was all caught by Wade off Xavier Bartlett for four. He had one scoring shot of a four there. He faced six balls. The second batsman to be was Nicholas Puran. He was brilliantly caught at first slip by the the player of the match last month, Glenn Maxwell of Jason Bierno for one. He faced three deliveries. And then the third man to get out was Kyle Mears. He scored 11 runs, two boundaries of seven balls, and that was it. West Indies 3 for 32 at the moment as Bartlett comes in his third over. And that's a beautiful on drive by Ruston Chase. That's the type of shot that you will see in the textbook, teaching you how to bat. That was angled in, and he showed the full face of the bat, finding that gap through the onside there at mid on, and that one crashes into the long on boundary for four. Beautiful shot here by Ruston Chase. Good start by him. Poor delivery, angling into the pads. And that I don't think Bartlett will be too happy with the feeling there as he bowls to Chase, who goes down the ground once more. Good shot, and that's going to bounce away for four. Ruston Chase fine in the middle of the bat here. He moves on to 17 off 8, and he's playing some good shots, playing in the V and targeting the shorter boundaries. And, you can't ask more of him so far in this power play as the West Indies try to get the foundation set for a huge target. Off to a poor start, but Ruston Chase is showing his class here as Bartlett first two balls going for boundaries as he bowls to Chase. He's going short of a length and Chase is on the back foot opening his that one, playing this one down to third man for a single, and he moves on to 18 from 9, a strike rate of 200 now, and that's really good for the West Indians as Powell comes into strike. He's 3 from 2, and the West Indies are still trying to rebuild. So here is Bartlett into Powell, who runs this one down to third man, and he'll pick up a single. So Powell doing the right thing here. Ruston Chase is finding the boundaries, seem to be picking up the pace of the pitch pretty well here, and Powell just knocking that one to third man, giving Ruston Chase back the strike. 10 runs already from four balls in this over. So let's see what will happen here. Unusual to see a bowler bowling three on the trot here in the power play, but Bartlett is getting the ball to move around as he comes in with the fifth ball his his third over. And I think this might be a mistake by Marsh to bowl him his third one in a row as the fifth ball is pulled down to fine legs for 6 runs. Chase off to a flyer here. Brilliant shot there by Ruston Chase. I don't think he got all of it. It's more of a top edge here. Yes, it is, but got enough back on that to clear the fine leg boundary. I figured the short ball was coming, four balls bowled, and he had found the boundary on a few occasions. And, Bartlett went short, but didn't work. That one was knocked down to the fine leg boundary for a stick. And the next ball here from Bartlett, he was able to knock that one down to third man and pick up a single. So he'll keep the strike. Ruston Chase, he rushed to 25 off 11 balls with two fours and two sixes. And the West Indies, after 5 overs, they're 45 for 3. Good comeback in this power play, and awesome batting here by Ruston Chase. Many persons wouldn't have Ruston Chase to be in their playing 11 today, but an inspired move here by the coaching team of the West Indies as the first bowling change comes in. now as Spencer Johnson, who did so well last game, got two wickets in the last game. I think he got two for 33 in the last game. He'll come out to do battle against Ruston Chase. West Indies 45 for three after five as Spencer Johnson comes into both Ruston Chase, who drives this one through the offside. Good shot. They take one. They're coming back for the second one. Will this one get to the boundary? It's going to run close to the boundary, and they're going to go for three runs. Good running here by the West Indians as they run three, or did they run four? I'm seeing that Chase is on strike. Did they get back for four? Yes, they did. So they run four all around there. Beautiful running by Ruston Chase and Robman Powell. As I said before, the square boundaries are pretty long, and they did some good running there. And Ruston Chase getting a four all running, and you rarely see that in the T20 arena as Johnson bowls to Chase this time. He's bowling closer, a tighter line closer to the off stump, and Chase is in behind that one, knocking that one into the offside, and there is no run. So Chase, he's 29 from 13. Powell, he's 4 from 3. The West Indies, after 5.2 overs, they're 3 for 49 as Johnson comes into bowl to Chase, who goes for the drive inside edge here, and that's going to find the fine leg boundary. A little bit of luck for Austin Chase here, and that brings up the West Indies 50. The West Indies 50 coming up in 33 balls. Um, Ruston Chase, he moves up to 33 off 14. He's batting with Robman Powell. He's on 4 from 3. And West Indies in that 56 fours and 2 60s, largely because of Ruston Chase, who has been doing some good scoring here for the West Indies as Johnson comes in to Chase, who knocks this one down to third man, and that's a good batting here by Ruston Chase. Two boundaries in the first four balls, and he knocks the ball down to third man, takes a single, gives Robman Powell a strike, and that's good, limiting the amount of dot balls, trying to score off each ball at the batsman having a mid-pitch conference right now. And it's Powell to face his first delivery from Johnson as Johnson moves in with his fifth ball of his first over, bowls to Powell, and Powell knocks this into the offside, turning back the strike to Johnson. And this is good to see from the West Indians. Not all big shots, and Rockman Powell leading from the front. He realizes that Chase is on song today. He's just turning the strike over to Chase and see how things go, getting himself into good order. And West Indies still recovering from that poor start there, scoring 55 so far in the power play. Last ball of the power play coming up, and Chase gives himself a little bit of room trying to run that down to third man. That one bouncing over his back, over his thumbs, and he misses the shot. It goes through, and it is taken by Matthew Wade. So after 6 overs, West Indies, they're 55 for three. Not the best power play that you would want. But, Ruston Chase coming up trumps here, and he has redeemed this power play, bringing some respectability to the score. And the West Indies, scoring over 50 in that power play despite losing 3 wickets in the first 3 overs. So really good comeback here from the West Indies after losing those quick wickets. So it's another bowling change here. It's going to be Hardy that is going to come into bowl his first over. So the field restrictions are done. Hardy comes into the attack. Hardy is a fast medium bowler. He has played 7 matches, 3 wickets, best of 1 for 20. He's going to bowl to Powell, who knocks this one to long to mid on for a single and gives Ruston Chase the strike. So good batting here by Powell. He is He's just looking for the singles. He's 6 from 5, playing a responsible innings here, I would say, getting his eyes in, giving Chase as much of the strike as possible as Chase is doing well. He's finding the boundaries pretty easily so far in his 16 ball innings as Hardy comes in to Chase. And Chase runs this one down to third man and picks up a single. So, good work in here from Chase, angling the bat nicely, finding the gaps, getting the singles, turning over the strike and limiting that dot ball. And, with the dot balls for the team. And if you look at, how this partnership has developed so far, not a lot of dot balls, and they have been scoring in a good rate as Hardy comes into Powell, who goes for almighty sweep, missing that one, and that one missing the stumps. Not the shot that you would want to see from the captain at this time, but still went after that one and didn't make contact. That one went through to be taken by the keeper, shaving the off stump, but not touching it. And thankfully for the West Indies, so it's Hardy again with his fourth ball bowling to Powell, who is pulling out of that full shot. Didn't take that one on at all, and the umpires are saying that one was too high, and that's called a wide. So the first extra of the game here for the West Indies, a wide by Hardy as he bangs this one in. Powell having none of that, and that one went through to be taken by the keeper. So that one is just about on the 2 meter mark there. So good call there by the umpire as Hardy continues. He's halfway through his over, 3 runs from his over so far as he comes into bowl to the West Indies captain Robman Powell, who playing. I was trying some innovation there, and he didn't come off well for him as he was trying to flick that one over the fine leg fielder, not making good contact. Goes into the mid wicket area, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. Good running in between the wicket by these two. I must commend them on that, but Powell trying a scoop shot there, not getting a good back on it, and that one went to the mid wicket area where they were able to get 2. So Hardy comes in with his fifth ball, bowling to Robman Powell once more as he bowls, beating him outside off some beautiful delivery, not taken cleanly by Matthew Wade, and Chase was good to look on that delivery there, seeing the opportunity and called through Robman Powell for the buy, and good running there by Ruston Chase. That was a brilliant bold delivery, but no, a nice call there by Ruston Chase to get that extra run um, to the scorecard as Hardy comes into Chase, who drives this one over the offside. One bounce out to the sweeper on the offside. He'll get a single. He moves up to 36 of 18. Powell is 8 from 8. The West Indies, after 7 overs, they're just scoring below 9 for overs. They're scoring 8.66. They are 62 for 3 after 7 overs. So if you're just joining us now, we want to welcome you to this platform. Thank you for staying with us. Show us some support by hitting the subscription button or the like button. Let us know what you're thinking about this one. What do you think is a good score for the West Indians here? How much do you think they'll get after losing these 3 early wickets? Let us see what you're thinking in the chat. You could also tell us where you're joining us from so that we're able to give you a warm Voices in Education welcome as Adam Zampa is brought into the attack here. He has been bowling well. He had a good first game, getting some 3 wickets, the prize scalp of Andre Russell, and also Nicholas Puran along with Johnson Charles. in the last game, he got the wicket of Rodman Powell when he was trying to go after the score as he comes in for his first over and the eighth over of the inning. So he's going to be bowling to Ruston Chase. He's 36 from 18 as Zampa bowls to Chase, who drives this one down to the long off, and he is going to get uh, a single there. So he moves on to 37. So it's interesting to see how Rodman Powell will challenge himself against the spin bowling of Adam Zampa. He's not renowned for playing leg spin very well. So we're wondering how he'll go at Adam Zampa here. Seems to have two mid wickets in for him as he comes down the pitch, drives this one down the pitch. That's four. Down the pitch, getting it on the full, playing that one straight as an arrow. And Zampa had no chance to get down for that one. That one crashes into the long off boundary, and that's a first boundary for Rahman Powell. He's not going to let Zampa settle today, it seems. And I tell you, that one went like a traceable. Zampa comes into Powell with his second delivery. Short this time, and Powell pulls this one down to the final leg boundary for four. Beautifully played shot. And this is what he did to Zampa here in this over. Coming down the pitch for the first ball, Zampa knew he had to pull his length down, and Powell, he was quick onto that, figuring that Zampa would pull his length back and was able to get down on one knee and lock this one down to the fine leg boundary for four. And Zampa has something to think about here as Powell rushes to 16 off 10 and Zampa comes in to goal to Powell, who knocks this one into the onside. He goes for one. Will they go back for the second run? No, they won't. And he turns the strike back over to Ruston Chase. So it's good to see that Powell is imposing himself on the leg spin bowling of Adam Zampa. You know, usually I can remember the last series when he was in the Caribbean, the West Indies batsmen, they went after him and they took him down. But here's Chase, bold. So Chase bowled off Zampa, going for a big shot, was ill advised. And there was 10 runs off the over already. Powell got two boundaries, and Chase was trying to go over. That was a full pitch one, but it was the wrong one, and he didn't read it. That one came back in. He was playing for it to go away, and Adam Zampa getting his first wicket in his first over. And it's the man who was in form, Ruston Chase. He goes for 37 off 20, three fours and two sixes. You know, he would be disappointed, and he is disappointed with that as he was well set and able to, was in a good position to launch an attack on the Australians, and he was outsmart there by the leg spin bowling of Adam Zampa, getting that wrong one on him, turning this one in, and he was bowled. But good innings there from Ruston Chase. He played a great counteracting inning and, got West Indies off to, a start in the power play. And, we will see what will happen here as Rutherford comes to the crease. He hasn't done much in the two matches that has gone so far. He had a duck in the last match. He's going to face up to Zampa, who gets a slip here as he lunges forward, knocks this one into the onside. He's off the mark right away. West Indies 73 for four after eight overs. So if you're just joining us today, the West Indies team, they have made two changes to their team. Roston Chase and Kyle Myers coming into this team, and Brandon King and Brandon King and Shea Hope, they were the players that were replaced, and the rest of the team was kept the same. West Indies losing three wickets really early, after 3 overs. A good partnership there between Powell and Ruston Chase, getting things on, but on track. Ruston Chase getting out in the last over as Hardy bowls to Rutherford, who is skipping him on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye as the ball trickles down the leg side to the wicket keeper, Matthew Wade, and that's good running again. But I must say the partnership between Roston Chase and Robman Powell was very refreshing. Some good running between the wickets, good calling, and they seized on every opportunity to score, and that was good to see. We didn't see a lot of that in the first game as Hardy comes in with his second ball of his over, bowling to Powell, who drives through the offside. This one is going to run away for four. Beautiful shot. He opened the face to find that gap at extra cover, and Robman Powell is into his work here. Brilliant shot through the offside, and he's showing his class here. Hardy going full, and Powell just opening that blade, playing this one through the extra cover region, and he gets his second boundary. Powell scored, well, his third boundary rather, as he knocks that one through extra cover as Hardy bowls to Powell outside off stump, beats him outside off stump here. And this matchup between Hardy and Powell is a bittersweet one for both players. When Hardy hits that right length, he has Rodman Powell playing and missing outside off stump. And when he's off target, Rodman Powell is putting him away to the boundary. So it's an interesting contest here going on between Rodman Powell and Hardy as Hardy bowls to Powell. That's a wide ball, wayward deliberate there, getting it swinging further away, and that's a wide call there. Not getting a good release from that one was Hardy, and that one went away to be taken by Matthew Wade. So you'd want to come back with a better ball here as Powell. He's 21 from 13. Rutherford 1 from 2 as Hardy comes in to bowl to Powell. And he's edged and he's caught. So Powell goes. So good delivery. I all said earlier this matchup between Powell and Hardy was a bittersweet one. Hardy has gone past his edge quite a few times here. And when he hits the right length, Powell is in trouble. And that one was edged. Easy catch taken there by Matthew Wade. And Powell's resistance ends as, good length, back of the length hit by Hardy. Powell goes and West Indies losing wickets in consecutive overs here. And they're back into a bad position as they are reduced to 79 for 5 as Powell goes for 21. Beautiful delivery from Beautiful delivery from Hardy here, testing Rovman Powell on the outside edge. He was unable to get that one away. To be honest to him, he seemed to be looking to run that one down to the third man area. He goes for 21 or 14, and that brings West Indies batsman Andre Russell into the bat. He has two fifties, a best of 51, 884 runs in some 70 plus matches. So let's see what Andre Russell will have to do in this game. Lots of batting to do, all of 11 overs to come, and we'd hope that he could have some important impact on this match for the West Indians. So Jamaican replaced by a Jamaican as Hardy bowls to Andre Russell, trying to go for that Yorker, not getting that one on the stumps, uh, and Russell clipping that one to square leg to get off the mark. First ball. So West Indies 5 down pretty quickly once more. Russell, he had one in the first game, 37 off 16 in the second, and he's, you know, hoping to get a good score here as Hardy comes in with his last ball to Rutherford, who gets behind that one, knocks it back to the bowler. A successful over for Hardy. He is 1 for 12 after two, and the West Indians, they are 80 for 5 after 9 overs. So it's Johnson, Spencer Johnson, that's going to come back into the attack. He is going to replace Adam Zampa. And Johnson's first over going for 10 runs. So let's see what will happen here. So it's he's going to be bowling to Andre Russell, and I think that they might be going short to Russell as Johnson comes in to Russell, and that one hits him on the glove, I would say. So they're not going to give Russell anything to in his arc as he's hit on the hand. And let's see, he's hit on the left hand. He's in some pain. Russell is in a little bit of trouble here as Johnson hitting this one back of a length. Russell unable to get the arms out of the way. And he is wrapped on the arm there. And he's going to need some medical attention. Luckily for him, that didn't go to the keeper. It flew into a gully region there. And he's getting some medical attention here. So West Indies reduced to 5 for 80 after 9.1 over. Russell seemed to be injured here. Not good signs here for the West Indies setting a target. So the first, let's go through the scorecard. It's Johnson Charles. He was caught. Matthew Wade bowled Xavier Bartlett for 4. He faced 6 balls, 1 boundary. It was Kyle Mears. He opened with Johnson Charles today, replacing Brandon King in the batting order. He scored 11 2-4s off 7 balls. Nicholas Puran batting at number 3 today. He was out caught. Glenn Maxwell bowled Jason Burnoff for 1. He faced 3 deliveries. Justin Chase, he was the batsman who started the counter for the counter attack for the West Indies team. He got 37 off 20. He struck 3 4s and 2 boundaries. Robman Powell, he was there in that partnership of a 50 partnership stand with Roston Chase. He made 21 of 14 3 4s. He was caught. Matthew Wade board Aaron Hardy for 21. At the crease now is Andre Russell. He's 1 from 3. Batting with Sherfin Rutherford. He is 1 from 3 as well. West Indies in some trouble here as after 9.2 overs, they are 80 for 5 as Johnson bowls to Russell, who pulls this one to mid on. There is no run, and Russell trying to get himself composed, but that was a good short ball by Johnson. Russell not doing well with the short ball. He got out pulled into a short ball in the last match. So that's why Johnson was brought into the attack, and I'm sure he'll go short again as Russell goes for a big heave over the offside, not making contact, and that goes through to be taken by the keeper Wade. So might be better served if he was able to knock a few balls around just to, get himself in. There's lots of energy in those shots, but just probably need to find a stroke just to get off strike, get himself in, and then go for the attack. 10 overs after this one left in this contest as Johnson goes to Russell pulls this one into the mid wicket region. That's gone for 4. Beautiful shot. Back of a length, not getting high enough to challenge Russell. He leans back, pulls this one through the onside. The first chance there, he got um, that's his first boundary. So not getting the height on this one, Johnson and Russell was up to the task, pulls this one through mid wicket, and that goes away for four. Russell batting deep in his crease, looking for anything that is in his range to go after as he pulls again. This one seemed to go gone all the way. It's into the stands as Johnson goes short. This one was higher. Russell was up to the task and he pulls him into the mid wicket stand for six. He goes up to 11, and that's a good shot. This one was higher from Johnson, but Russell got a big chunk of that back on it. And to be honest, he just needs to get half a back on these shots in order to clear the boundary. And he cleared the boundary easily there. That one was about 15 rows back in the mid wicket area. And he has gotten 10 runs from the last two balls. Let's see what will happen here as Johnson goes to Russell, pitches up, and he drives this one in the air over the offside, just falling short of Tim David coming in from the sweeper position on the offside. Russell comes back for two, and that's the end of the over. Johnson, he's gone for 22 in his two overs. Russell not holding back any at all. I think that ball might have been a slow ball because it was in Russell's arc, I would say, but he didn't get enough bat on that one, and maybe it's for his own good as that one didn't carry to Tim David out there on the cover boundary. So Russell moves up to 13 from 7, and Rutherford is going to be on strike to Adam Zampa. Adam Zampa 1 for 11 after after his bowling so far. Ravman Toll getting some boundaries off him, but he ended that over with the wicket of Roston Shea, and that wasn't healthy for them. So after 10 overs, West Indies, they have scored 92 runs. However, they have lost half their batting to 92 for 5 after 10. How many runs will they be able to add in this last 10 as Zampa bowls to Rutherford, who pulls this one, and that one's gone for six over long on. Beautiful shot. Zampa dragging that one down. Rutherford needs no second invitation for a ball like that, and he knocks that one out of the park easily. That's gone for six, and that's a good shot there from Rutherford. Poor ball by Zampa, and Rutherford clearing the field easily on that one. So the West Indies score goes up to 98 as Rutherford drives this one. Brilliant feeling that extra cover there by the captain. And that save, definitely saving a run there as Zampa continues to bowl to Rutherford, looking for anything that he can pounce on here as Rutherford knocks this one into the onside. And they're going to come back for two, I think. No, they changed their mind against that one. So Rutherford knocking that one to long on, and he gets a single. He's 8 from 6. Russell is 13 from 7 as West Indies moves up to 99 from 10.3 overs. And it's interesting to see how Russell will go after Zampa here. There's a very straight long on for Russell, mid wicket, square leg on the boundary, long off as Zampa comes in to bowl to Russell. Let's see what happens here as Russell goes for that one. That's six. Beautiful shot right into Russell's arc. Russell is not taking any prisoners today, it seems. And he knocks this one about 20 rows back over long on. And Zampa is being attacked here by the West Indies batsman. Russell not going across the ball as he did in the when in the first T20I. He was going over mid wicket, but he's trying to play in the V and he knocks this one easily over long on for six as Zampa comes in full toss and Russell pulls this one away, and that's going to be four. I'm not too sure if he touched the boundary there, but that probably should be called a no ball. That one looked a little bit high there, and they run 3 runs there, so good running as well. as Russell seemed to be up for the challenge today. That one was above waist-high. I'm wondering if so brilliant work there by Glenn Maxwell on the boundary. Did it touch his foot? No, that was a brilliant save there. And the Australians doing well in the field. Russell goes to 19 of 8. And a free hit, as I was suggesting, that one was above waist high. And Rutherford is getting a free hit from Adam Zampa here. So 4 runs off that ball, 3 runs to Russell and the no ball. A free hit coming to Rutherford here, and he should be happy. He's licking his lips now. Hopefully he'll be able to pounce on this one as Rutherford swings at this one outside Austin, not making contact with this one, and that goes to be taken by Matty Wade. So not capitalizing on that one as Zampa bowling the slider just wide out of the hitting arc, I guess, of Rutherford. He wasn't able to make contact. So Zampa, under a little bit of pressure here, 1.5 overs. He's gone for 28 runs as he bowls to Rutherford, who knocks this into the offside, and they go through for a single. So 2 overs for 29 runs. Adam Zampa, West Indies trying to target him today, and he he is not happy with that. But Russell, as I said, has made the adjustment. The first ball he faced from Zampa in the first T20I, he was going over mid wicket. He's hitting a lot straighter today, and that can't hurt him any at all. And the West Indies, after 11 overs, they are 110 for 5.
Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our coverage here of the matchup between West Indies and Australia. Remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button, and let us know where you're tuned in from. We also have a poll going on in the live chat, and again, 100% right now is saying West Indies is going to win this one. And if we take a look at the screen that you're seeing, the live win probability is saying West Indies at 37% and Australia 63%. But we see this moving, and West Indies is getting better in the context of this probability as it is moving. So back over to you, Ruren.
All right, thank you for that information, especially as Burnoff bowls to Rutherford at once, pitching on Midland leg, straightening, and Rutherford getting squared up a bit there, knocking that one into the offside. Won't be able to score from that one. So Rutherford remains on 9 from 9 as he waits on Burnoff to come in with his second delivery as he knocks this one into the offside. Won't be able to score either as it is fielded at point by Hardy, and there's no run. So Burner coming in for his third over, and I think you know uh, there's going to be some tough decisions to be made by March as Adam Zampa has gone for 29 from his 2 overs. Will he bowl him his full complement? We'll see that one as Werner comes into Rutherford coming down the pitch trying to knock that one through the onside, unable to score from that one. So 3 dot balls to Rutherford here. A good over for Burnoff so far. He had 2 good overs up front where he got one for 14. This over here is just as good in the middle where Rutherford can't seem to line him up here. But let's see what happens. 3 balls to go in this over. And Burnoff comes in with his fourth delivery. Rutherford knocks this into the offside and they'll go through for a single. Well judged single there as Russell comes on strike to Burnoff. Russell, he's 22 from 9. Rutherford, he's 10 from 12. The West Indies, they're 111 for 5 after 11.4 overs. And let's see how Russell faces up to Burnoff. Burnoff, he has 3 men circling the boundary. There's a long on mid wicket and a fine leg as he bowls to Russell. Good delivery in the block hole. Russell digging that one out and going for a single. Good call there by Rutherford. Was a tight single in the end, but I think he would have made it. The shy coming in from the point region there didn't hit the stumps, but that's a top delivery from Burnoff to Andre Russell first up, and he jams down on that one and was able to get off strike. But good delivery here, good spell here by Burnoff. He he got a little bit of tapping from Johnson Charles last match, so he's doing really well here as he comes in with his to last ball to Rutherford going short with that one going over Rutherford. It was too short and it was called a wide. So an extra ball, an extra to the score and an extra ball for Burn off the ball as the West Indies still in a position to score a few runs, but have lost a bit too much wickets in the first half. But 113 for five after 11 overs as Burnoff bowls to Rutherford, who tried to run that one down to the third man boundary, unable to pass the short third man fielder there, and it is fielded a dot ball, 3 runs from that Burnoff over, and that's a good over in the context of this game as he completes 3 overs for 17 runs. Good spell by him, and we'll see if Adam Zampa will be back in the attack. He's going to be facing up to Andre Russell, so let's see how that works out. But I don't think Marsh can hold him back for much longer. Just 8 runs left in this one. So West Indies batsmen to come. We have Romario Shepherd, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, and Azari Joseph. Still a little bit of firepower down there. And it's based on how Russell is played. He's not going to hold back as the Hardy is going to come back. Hardy was finding some good lengths to Rodman Powell. He bowled some good ones to Rodman Powell, and let's see how he'll face up to Andre Russell. Will he go short, trying to get Russell to be hooked into the mid wicket area? Let's see as Hardy bowls to Russell, gets behind that one, knocks it into the offside, and there is no run. That one was back of a length by Hardy. Russell getting into line, knocking that one into the point region, and there was no run. So Hardy still doing well here. 2 overs for 12 runs. He's a dot ball at the start of his third over. So two bowlers really doing well. Burnoff doing really well, and also Hardy. And West Indies have gone after the other bowlers. But let's see what will happen here as Hardy comes in to Russell, and Russell gets a full toss and drags this one down to long on for a single. So he moves on to 24 from 12, brings Rutherford into strike. He's 10 runs from 13 balls, the most he's has scored in this series so far. Hopefully, he'll be able to carry this one to the end. Rutherford, well known for his, big hits and so on. So let's hope he'll be able to show some of his talent here today. West Indies eyeing up a 200 run score here. If they're able to score at 10 runs per over, they will get pretty close to 200. So anything above that would be good as Rutherford gives himself some room and knocks this one back down the ground toward the bowler who fields that one brilliantly in his follow through. Brilliant fielding there by Hardy. And that one would be heading close to the boundary, and that would be a minimum of 2 runs, I presume. But good fielding on his follow through here. 1 run from 3 balls in this over as Hardy continues his good work and comes into both Rutherford, and that one is outside off stump. Good delivery going across Rutherford. He was giving him the charge, and that one was out of his striking range. 4 ball, a dot ball as well. That one passed him while he was on the move, so he wasn't able to knock that one and get some runs. So good over here for the Australians. Last over going for 3 runs by by Burnoff and this over here is 1 run from 4 balls here. And Russell might need to just talk to Rutherford not to give his wicket away as the fifth ball comes in and he's guiding this one to the point region and he's back for two. So good batting there from Rutherford, opening the offside, angling the bat, knocking that one out to the sweeper on the offside, and there is 2 runs. So as I was saying earlier in the day, the square boundaries at this oval here is at the first oval is pretty long. They are 80 one is 80 plus and the other side is 70 plus. So lots of room on that. It's easier to hit down the ground where the boundaries are 60 plus as Rutherford hits this one into the stands. Not worrying about the length of the boundaries in the mid-wicket area there. So he has hit that one into the stands. It's going to be about 80 or 90 meters there because he's gone well into the stands there off that last ball of the over. Some 9 runs coming from that hardy over, and that's a good shot for the West Indies in the context of the game. Beautifully struck ball here by Rutherford, and that adds to the total here. And no one in the crowd taking any catch this time. The player on the boundary seemed to have lost that. He was running around gamingly out there as Zampa comes back for his third over. So this is interesting. So I think Russell will fancy his chances here with 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 Zampa. In the series so far, West Indies have outscored the Australians in their 6-15, 29 to Australia's 20. As Zampa comes into Russell, who strikes that one through extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot there. Zampa dragging that one down outside off stump, and Russell was up to the task, standing tall and hitting that one through the extra cover region, and that one has gone for 4. Poor delivery from Zampa, short and wide, and Russell needed no invitation. He leant back on that and knocked it over at an extra cover fielder. That one crashes into the extra cover boundary for 4. So good shot there by Russell. Let's see what Ram Zampa is coming with. He doesn't want to get full to Russell because Russell is taking him down the ground as he bowls this one. Quicker delivery and Russell knocks this one into the onside. Well fielded there by Matthew Wade, seeing the opportunity for the West Indians to come back for the second. Wasn't going to allow that and was quick on that one. Russell is kept down to 1. Russell is 28 from 13 balls. He gives Rutherford strike, who is 18 from 17, as the West Indies, they seek to set a good score here. They are 127 for 5 after 13. And, good signs for the West Indies, after getting so far behind the game, they're still hanging in there. They're still, not laying down and die in this game. They're still trying to put up a decent total after losing 3 wickets for about 13 runs. They have, you know, tried their best to come back into this contest, putting together a few good partnerships, and they would want this one to continue to blossom as Zampa comes into Russell. Full toss, and Russell swings this one through the mid region, and he'll come back for 2. No, he's sent back um by Rutherford. So he gets 1. He's up to 30 now. 7 from the over so far as Rutherford comes back into strike. So Zampa not giving the ball any flight at all because when he gives the ball flight, Russell is able to take him downtown, and he's very, you know, concerned with that, being that the shorter boundaries are down the ground as he bowls to Rutherford, who gets behind that one, knocks it to backward point. There is no run. So Rutherford, he's 19 from 19. Russell, he's 30 from 15. And, West Indies, they're 129 for 5 after 13.5 as Dampa bowls to Rutherford, who turns this one in the onside. He goes to for a single. He scored his 20th run. He'll keep strike for the new over. Um, West Indies, after 14 overs, they are 130 for five. And, Andre Russell must be commended for his innings here. There's a 50 partnership here between Rutherford and Andre Russell, 51 runs in 33 balls, and that's amazing going by these two. So two back-to-back 50-run partnership here for the West Indies, and this is good a good sign here for them as Bartlett comes back to try to break up this partnership here. And what the West Indies must be wary of is that Bartlett has been bowling well, and they wouldn't want to lose a wicket to him here, knowing that Zampa has one over to come, and not a lot of the bowlers who are left. They don't have so much class as a Bartlett, who is having a good day, 2 for 31 from 3.1 as he bowls to Rutherford outside off stump. Rutherford tried to go up, open the offside there with that shot, not making contact, and that one goes through to be taken by the keeper. But this pitch, I think this pitch is a batting pitch by far. And, West Indies will have a lot of work to do to defend this total as Rutherford drags this one to long on, not to long on, but to mid on for a single and gives Russell strike. So Bartlett 2 for 32 from his 3.2 overs. The West Indies score going up to 131 for five after 14.2.
Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our live coverage here of the matchup between West Indies and Australia. And I believe for perhaps the first time, I'm seeing a live win probability where West Indies is pretty much almost, halfway, 50-50 in terms of who is going to win this one. So if you take a look at the screen, 41% now, West Indies, and 59% Australia. So West Indies gaining some ground here, having lost some early wickets. So it's very interesting to see, what a total they'll put on the board. And I think in right now, anything over 215 would perhaps be good. And if they're able to, bowl well, then we could perhaps see a win here for the Windies. All right. Again, remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And let us know where you're tuned in from. Would love to give you a big voices in education. Welcome to if this is your first time here. All right. So over to you, Ruben.
All right, so Bartlett bowling to Andre Russell, defeating him with a slow ball there, beating him outside off stump. Next ball to Russell, he pulls this one down to long on for a single. So 2 runs from 4 balls of this over so far. Good over here for Bartlett. But he's into his final over, and that's a blessing for West Indies. So it means Spencer Johnson will have to come back. Adam Zampa has one left, and he has been a bit expensive today as Rutherford faces Bartlett and pulls this one over the onside for four. Beautiful shot here by Rutherford. That one was back of a length. Rutherford was up to the task, pulling that one through mid straight mid wicket, finding the boundary, and Rutherford getting a boundary there. Four more to the total as West Indies moves up to 136 for five. What I'm loving about this West Indies team, though, the batting goes so deep. So even when they lose wicket, they can keep up a good scoring rate as Bartlett comes in with this one outside off them. Seems to be a slower bouncer and Rutherford trying to latch onto the end of that one, unable to make contact. And Bartlett, his spell is over. He's bowled 4 overs, 2 wickets for 37 runs. Impressive performance by Xavier Bartlett once more. He's done for the night. It's going to be Johnson who's going to come back into the attack. Going to be bowling to Andre Russell again. He's gone for 2 for 22 from his overs so far, and this is going to be another interesting matchup here. So 10 runs per over will get West Indies to 186. They would want a little bit more than that for sure. So they will have to find someone to get some runs from, as Mitch March taking a little bit of time here to organize his field. He's sending a few guys out on the mid-wicket boundary. Russell and Johnson have had a bittersweet um, face off with each other, as Russell was wrapped on the wrist by Johnson, but he was able to put him away for a few boundaries after that, as Johnson bowls to Russell, a back of a length delivery, and Russell goes for the big booming drive down the ground. That one beats him on the outside edge. That one angling across him and goes to Matthew Wade. And there is no runs. So not making contact with that one. He's a bit disappointed with himself. Think he should have done better with that delivery. But he is in again, facing up for his second delivery from Johnson in this spell, and it's slow and outside off stump. Russell knocks it to the sweeper on the offside, and there is just a single. So Russell, he's 32 from 19. So Rutherford, he's 25 from 24. Russell seems to have damaged his bat and asking for a bat in a change of bat. But it's going to be Rutherford on strike now to Johnson, the third ball of the overs. Johnson comes into Rutherford, who puts this one over the third man for six, one-handed. That's a brilliant shot there. So it's back of a length from Johnson. Rutherford, one-handed shot there, knocking that one over third man for six, and that's almost unfathomable, that shot there. Beautifully executed though. One hand, he was outside leg when he finished with that stroke. That one carried a country mile. That one went for six. He's up to 31 of 25 as he faces up to Johnson. And Johnson comes short on the body, and Rutherford puts him over fine leg for six more. Beautiful shot here by Rutherford. West Indies there up to 149 for five. Did we have a crowd catch there? I wasn't concentrating on that part, but let's
Not too
see. It
sure.
seemed like there was a crowd catch, a brilliant catch there. Was it a one-hander? We'll have to check that one out because that one went into the crowd, and it was one-handed
Yes.
there by that spectator. He was calm and collective. He had another guy in his vision, but the Australians, they are catching well. They're on and off the field, as Bartlett comes into bowl to Johnson. That one rocks him on the pad here, and he is unable to get a single as it trickles out into the offside. Johnson feels on his follow through, and there is no run. But going short to Rutherford, and he got inside the line and pulled that one into the first tier, and a brilliant one-handed catch in the crowd. And I tell you, this is so amazing because he caught that ball. He had his drink in his hand, and he didn't spill a drop. And that was a brilliant catch there in the crowd, and he is acknowledging everyone for his good work. 40 runs from that over, as Rutherford clipping the last ball into the onside for a single. And the West Indies 150 coming up in the 16th over, 150 for five. With Rutherford, he's 38 from 28. Andre Russell, he's 32 from 19. And they're trying to get some impetus here, as Hardy is going to bowl out. March searching for another wicket here, knowing that another wicket here would do well for his team. Well played that second six there. Well, both shots were really top class from Rutherford, getting that one outside the off stump, and somehow he was able to roll his wrist on that one-handed, getting it wide of third man for six. And then, Johnson going short, and he was inside the line to pull that one over fine leg for six. And two top shot there from Rutherford. Good to see him getting some runs. And Russell getting some runs in this one as well. He's 32 from 19, but it's Rutherford on strike to Hardy, and he drives this one through the offside. That's four. Beautiful shot by Rutherford. The offside was up, and he went through extra cover with that shot. That takes him to 42 off 29. He started pretty slowly, but that was a beautiful shot there, hitting that one on the up. The fielder stood no chance there as he found the gap perfectly, and Hardy can't believe his luck here. So I think Rutherford can expect Hardy to come fuller up to him with this one, or he might go for the short ball. Let's see what changes will be made here as March is sending the mid off back on the boundary. He's going to have a straight extra cover, a sweeper on the point boundary there, long on, as Hardy comes into Rutherford full toss, and that one he misses, not making contact with it. It goes through to be taken by the wicket keeper, Matthew Wade, and there is no run. So going for the full toss, Rutherford must be disappointed with himself. That was a shin high full toss and should have done better with that. But I noticed when the balls are outside off stump, one of his hands is coming off the bat. I don't know if that's a technical flaw there as he goes full and wide, and Rutherford cuts this one away for four. Beautiful shot. Lovely shot there. David was doing some good work down on the boundary, but he won't catch up with that here today, tomorrow, or next week. And Rutherford moves on to 46 with a beautiful square drive. I can tell you this time that one was outside off, and he had both hands on the bat this time. Tim David doing some good work down there, but wasn't able to pull that one back in. Two boundaries in three balls from Rutherford. He's 46, just a shot away from a well-deserved half century here as Hardy comes into Rutherford and he plays this one through the point region. Again, he's going to get two this time, not getting much timing on this shot, and he's going to move up to 48. So 10 from this over. West Indies is chipping away at a score close to 200 runs here. A batting pitch, I would say, and it will take a good bowling display from them, good fielding and good catching in order to defend this one. But you know, anything is possible. Runs on the board is runs on the board. West Indies 160 for five after 16.4 overs as Hardy comes into Rutherford and he edges this one away for third man for four. So the last over, he found that man perfectly, and that one went away for four. And most importantly, it's going to take Rutherford to his maiden 50 in ODIs coming up in 33 balls. And that's his third boundary of the over. Brilliant batting here by him. He was on loads of pressure, and I tell you, most persons did not have Rutherford in their team for today's match, but the selectors stuck with him, and he has paid them really well. West Indies were in really serious trouble, and he was one who helped to bail them out as he goes through, drive this one through the offside once more, not making good contact with that one. He gets a single, keeps the strike, and that over 15 runs from that over. Good one for the West Indies, and over in which Rutherford brought up his maiden old T20 50 with four sixes and four fours. Brilliant partnership here between Russell and Rutherford, and what the team needed, and good batting here. So some top class shots played by him, and a well deserved 50. He needs to carry on and back through, and I'm hoping that they'll be able to get a few more big overs here. Got to get him 21 runs in the third man area, and over mid wicket he got quite a few runs there as Bernoff comes in for his fourth and final over. March trying to get a wicket here as best as possible as the West Indians stitching together two good partnerships here, and 18 balls to go in this contest as Rutherford knocks this one. I think this one is out of the park once more. Beautiful shot by him over square leg. And Biernoff, he has bowled 3 overs for 17 runs. His first ball of his fourth over is taken to the cleaners by Rutherford, who knocks this one into the stands once more. Clean striking from him. And this is beautiful batting here by the West Indies and Rutherford. Let's see if there's another crowd catch here. I think no, this one went down the tunnel, and there was no spectators there, but Rutherford picking the bones out of that one, and that one launched into the crowd for six. He moves to 59 off 35, and Burnoff goes back to his mark. I think he might go short here or very full. Let's see what he'll do. He's going over, and Rutherford knocks this one over the point region and finds the boundary behind square on the offside there. Beautiful shot. It was back of a length from Burnoff, and Rutherford, he let back on that one. It was a slow ball, and Rutherford, he knocked that one over the point region for four.
And can I tell you, for the first time on screen, West Indies live win probability is 53% compared to Australia, 47%. So this tells us that West Indies at this point is doing fairly well. Thank you for sticking and staying. Remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. So far, it is 12 from this over. Back to you, Rurian.
Yes, good batting here by Rutherford and good running here, knocking this one wide of long on, and they were quick to scamper back for two. Rutherford taking charge of this innings. Russell hasn't faced the ball in about 2 overs, but we're seeing an extraordinary show here by Rutherford. He's heading out for a single there, and he's gone up to 66, I believe. Yeah, so 66 off 38. Good batting here for the West Indies. And, he has been doing really, really well, Rutherford, finding his range in this inning here and, hitting some beautiful shots, knocking that one for last six, heading out for 75 meters. And, that's good as Russell comes into strike to Burnoff. As Burnoff bowls to Russell, and Russell jams the bats down on that one. Good delivery, full outside off stump, Yorker length delivery. Russell jamming the bat down on that one. He gets a single and turns the strike back over to um, Rutherford. But that was a good delivery from Burnoff, well played by Russell, and he was able to get a single for this one.
So,
So
do you believe that there's some communication between the two here, Russell and Rutherford? So, Russell is perhaps waiting for Zampa to come back.
well, I'm not. I think that's the possibility. Last 3 overs, 43 runs for the West Indies. Good going there. Um, I'm not too sure, but what I'm sure about is that March is not leaving the game for late. He's trying to get the wickets, so he has consistently bowled his quicker bowlers, like his better bowlers on the day. But credit to this partnership, they have played them well, and in the process, they were able to get some runs as well too. So that was really good on their part. So. I think they're in a good position for these two last overs here, and I think if things goes well, Zampa might be bowling one of these overs as you suggest, and if he's bowling to Russell any at all, it's going to be, and Zampa is into the attack, and he's going to bowl to Russell, but. I think Zampa's not going to bowl anything in Russell's arc, but Russell has his license to go after him. Zampa, 3 overs for 37 here. He has been taken on by the West Indians as he bowls to Russell, swings this one away. Did he get enough elevation on that one? You bet he did. That's gone into the long on stands for six. And I tell you, Russell has changed his batting today. He has been hitting down the ground, not going over the mid-wicket region. And that one was back of a length, a shortish delivery, and Russell putting his muscle behind that one. That's gone for six. as Zampa comes in. This is going to be a all or nothing over as Russell swings at that one outside off stump, not making contact. But I love the way Russell is batting. He's trying to go down the ground. Down the ground is where he's trying to go, and that is where he has found his success here. So Zampa is going to bowl to Russell again. Russell is 39 from 22 as he bowls short and Russell pulls this one. Did he clear the fielder? He just evaded the fielder at mid wicket there, Tim David, and that runs into the boundary for four. Zampa with his hand on his head, but not able to get full bat on that, Russell, but getting enough and putting that one into the gap and he's gotten that one away for a boundary. I think it was catchable height, so David should have done better with that. But the Australians, they are placed under a little bit of pressure here, and Andre Russell getting a life here. So let's see what will happen for the rest of this over. He moves to 43 from 23. Deserves a 50 today, I tell you, as he bowls full toss to Russell knocks him into the stands again. Full toss. And Russell knocks Zampa into the mid on stands, the long on stands. He's hitting cleanly here. 14 runs from three balls. And that is going to hurt Zampa as he is thinking that Russell, he should have seen the back of Russell there. That one not taken in the crowd. It's in the top, hit the first
I
tier.
was expecting this, and it's going again.
That's 50 for us. He's gone
I
over
was
50. Beautiful
beautiful.
batting by Russell, and he's
Congrats, yeah.
deserving of this 50.
Definitely.
Beautiful batting here by David.
Wonderful.
100 partnership, 200 runs up for the West Indies
This
with
is
that shot
lovely.
as well. And Zappa is taken to the cleaners in this over. 22 runs from five
This is
balls.
lovely. I mean, if they lose a wicket now, it's like zero because these guys understand that every ball counts and they want to go for the boundary. So we have the wicket six, and here we
And
go
that's
again.
another one. Big shot. Six more
Six
for
more. Woo!
beautiful batting here. And this is a masterful display by Andre Russell. These guys have done really well for their country. Russell, so he's second 50 in 70 matches. Well, third 50 in 70 matches for the West Indies. But I tell you, Russell has played a brilliant innings today.
And let me tell you, look at the live win probability right now, 68% in favor of the West Indies compared to 32% for the Australians. And, again, some awesome batting here. And we still can get the score to perhaps even better than I was expecting. I was saying about 215, but with how, these guys are batting, I am telling you, perhaps 240 is somewhere there on the card possibility with this last over. Andre Russell on 61 and Rutherford 66. So a fantastic partnership between
Yes,
these two.
for
Over to
sure.
you, Ruben.
That partnership is over 100 runs, I tell you, as Rutherford comes into Johnson. Well, Johnson is going to come into Rutherford, and let's see what will happen here. Will this be a big last over, the 20th over bowled by Johnson? He's have the best day as he's bowling to Rutherford into the pads and he's not able to connect with that one. But naturally, this series has been an awesome series so far. Every inning that has been played has been over 200 runs. And I tell you, the West Indies team, they have done really well this today.
Absolutely. And the start, and as we always say, West Indies, they have the team in terms of the batting. So, the bowling, and we have seen some
And
good
that's
shots.
another six there.
Or looks
No,
like it's
it's
going to be a
four.
four. So a boundary there from Russell. And Russell is just finding the boundaries today, which is awesome. And we're at 212. So as I was predicting at 215. So we're doing better than that. And that's going to be a big, a good score for the Australians to get. So the current run rate is 11 right now. And so anything over 220, if we can get that to 230, then that would be fantastic, perhaps somewhat unchaseable for the Australians.
Well, I wouldn't say no. You know, you have to watch the games to determine that one. Still, Australia still has a good batting team. They made 242 in the last game. West Indies will have to bowl good on this pitch to win this game, but in this game they will have the scoreboard pressure on as well as Johnson bowls to Russell, who goes downtown. Will he get this one? Yes, that's gone for six more. I tell you, the last 14 balls, 53 runs for the West Indies. Andre Russell is looking on his back. He didn't think he got all of that. And he's rushing up to 71 from 28 deliveries. You're hearing me right. 71 from 28 deliveries. He took Zampa for the cleaners. And I tell you, he has learned from his mistake. And that's what you want to see. You want to see development taking place. And I have seen maturity from Andre Russell as Johnson comes into Russell. And Russell goes downtown one more. Did he get enough of this one? No, he did not. Russell holds out for 71 from 29 balls. A brilliant innings from
Yeah,
the all-rounder.
fantastic. Definitely fantastic. We could not have asked for anything more from, Andre Russell. And at this point, we know what it is about now. It's about just, swinging, hitting, trying to get to the boundary, and that's it. 71 from 29 deliveries. Oh my word.
71 from
Fantastic.
29.
Beautiful. Well done, Andre Russell. And look at the crowd. They're giving him a standing ovation, it looks like. Absolutely. And clapping a standing ovation there for Andre Russell.
And you know, I'm having goose pimple right now as Andre Russell is walking off to an Australian crowd who is giving him standing ovation. I think they totally appreciate the West Indies and what they have done in this series and on this tour as well. They're giving Australia a good run for their money as two balls left in this Johnson over. He's 1 for 47 after 3.4 as Russell, but Shepard knocks this one into the offside. He's going to get off the mark with a two, and West Indies go up to 220 for six after 19.5 over. Can Shepard put this one away? 10, 11, 13 runs from this over so far. Russell taking 10 runs off the two balls that he faced in this over. One ball to go. Will Johnson gets 50 off his four overs. West Indies showing their class in this game. And I tell you, it's really refreshing to see what they have done with the bat. I'm so happy for Andre Russell and also for, you know, Rutherford. They were both under the pump. And, it was so amazing to see Russell just kissing his badge there during the when he was celebrating his 50, just to show that he's committed to West Indies cricket. That is something that has been questioned lots. As Johnson with the last ball to Shepherd and he's beaten outside off stump. They're going through for they didn't go through for the single there. Good comeback in the over from Johnson. First three balls going for 11, the last three balls going for two. But I tell you, a brilliant batting display here from Rutherford. And he comes back holding his bat high as he made 67 from 40. And he gave him alongside Andre Russell gave the West Indies something to bowl at. Not the big 240, but it's expected that this West Indies team would make some good runs based on how they are, in terms of the type of squad that was arranged there. But I tell you, that some top performance there by the the middle to lower order of the West Indies team. Strange enough, if West Indies had made 220 runs in the first ODI, they would have won that. They should have won that match. But Andre Russell is up for an interview there, and let's see what's happening with him on that. So Andre Russell is happy that he's able to contribute to his team today. So, good going here by the West Indies. In a moment or two, I'll give you some statistics as it relates to the West Indies team. I tell you, Russell played some beautiful shot. The one that stood out for me was that six off Zampa over extra cover. He went wide Zampa with that one, turning away, and Russell showed the full face of the bat to that one and just eight dots in his 29 balls that he had faced, and he struck some seven sixties and four fours. So that was amazing knock there by Andre Russell in this one. So if you're joining us here, we have witnessed good batting display for the West Indies team. And just to give you the context of the partnership between Andre Russell and Russia and Sherpa Rutherford. The West Indies were 4 for 1 when Johnson Charles exited at the end of the first over, 7 for 2 when Nicholas Puran exited at the end of the second over, 17 for 3 when Palmer left at over 2.5, 74 2 for 4 when Ruxton chased. He was bowled by Adam Zampa in the 7.5 over. Rovman Powell, he was caught when the score was on 79. So 79 for 5 when Powell left in 8.4 overs. And, West Indies were in lots of trouble there, 79 for 5. But then came in Andre Russell, and he joined Rutherford out there at the crease at the fall of um, Powell's wicket, and they added some runs there. They added over 120 runs. Let me get a good score on that for you. So they added a 100-run partnership here for the West Indies. Russell getting out two balls before the end of the innings, scoring a brilliant 71 runs off 29 balls. He took Adam Zampa to the cleaners, knocking him for, I think, four sixes and one four in one over. And, West Indies did really well with the bat. So let me give you some more statistics as we work ourselves through this break here. Johnson Charles, he was out, caught Matthew Wade, bowled Xavier Basket for four. He faced six ball, hitting one four. Kyle Myers, he was bowled by Xavier Bartlett off the inside edge. He made 11 off two deliveries. Nicholas Puran, four series ended with him making one. He weighed one from three, not hitting any boundary as you would know. Ruston Chase, he was the surprise package for us in more than one way. He wasn't expected to be in many of the teams that you would have. He came out, he started the counter attack. He gave West Indies the impetus in that power play, and he must be credited for his performance. He made 37 from 20 balls with some three fours and two sixes, a strike rate of 185. Well played, Ruston Chase, his first game on tour here. Rovman Powell, he and Ruston Chase stitched together a decent partnership there to get back the team on good terms. Rovman Powell, he had three boundaries in his 14 ball knock of 21. He was just getting into his stride when he was caught by Wade of Aaron Hardy for 21. Ruston Chase, he was bowled by Adam Zampa, not picking the wrong one. And, after those five wickets fell, it took quite a bit of time before that six wickets fell. And it was Andre Russell. He was caught Glenn Maxwell, bowled Spencer Johnson He made 71 from 29 balls with some seven sixes and four. And left not out was Romario Shepherd. He was two from two. And Sherfane Rutherford, he was 67 not out from 40 balls. He struck five sixes and five four. A brilliant partnership between the two West Indies middle order batsmen, and that was brilliant to see. So that partnership worked, quite a bit there, and the West Indies will need to come out with some good bowling here in order to defend this total. So, this it has set up this final match in this in this series. It's really set it up pretty nicely here, as the partnership there between Rutherford and Andre Russell with some 139 runs. Russell in his interview was saying that the team has great belief, and they were on they decided that they wanted to, they weren't panicking any at all in the dressing room. They know that they have quality players, and they were determined to make a good score here. So, some good ball striking there. It was refreshing to see. But West Indies, they have just done half of the work, and they will have to do well with this one. But what I would say, the new ball will be a good a good. They need to make good use of the new ball in order to put Australia under a bit of pressure, so that they can press home any advantage that they might have. So you're not missing any action nowhere between innings, and it's West Indies scoring 221 in their 20 overs, the 139 runs in 67 balls between Andre Russell and Sherfane Rutherford. And that was an amazing partnership that, turned the game uh, on its head, so to speak, setting up a good score here for the West Indians. And that was really, really good. Some good ball striking there from these two West Indians.
For sure. So, welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, the WhatsApp number is in the chat. We can perhaps take a quick call here. So, if you'd like to call in and share, you can call the WhatsApp number that you see in the chat there. And you can just call to say hello, or, call and let us know who you would like to win. And in the poll, it's still, saying West Indies is going to win in our poll there in the chat. And on screen, we see the live win probability for West Indies 66% compared to Australia 34%. But as Ren mentioned, West Indies, they've done half of the work and they need to follow through on the next half. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the Australians they're going to respond. And for sure, we know that they're not going to go down without putting up a fight because they're already down. They're down under. So the only way that they're thinking is to go up. All right. Welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our coverage here of this, matchup between West Indies and Australia. And can I tell you, at the very onset, you perhaps would not have predicted that West Indies would get to this score 220. And we lost some early wickets there in the very, very first few overs, perhaps the first three overs. with just a limited score. And so it was good to see, the team building up and, giving us something to look forward to in terms of an exciting matchup. And I really like that when I can see a team, bringing and giving it their all in that context. So welcome, welcome again. If you're just tuning in, welcome, welcome. All right, so welcome, guys. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And remember to tell a friend, to tell another friend, about the Voices in Education. All right, so Rurian, I'm not sure if you have something else to share because I noticed that your microphone is open, so go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
just an
an
exciting,
exciting
exciting
run
run
chase
chase
ahead
ahead
here.
here.
Quite a
Quite a
few of
few of
the
the
Australian
Australian
batsmen
batsmen,
they're
they're
in
in
good
good
form.
form.
Um,
Um,
Maxwell
Maxwell
coming
coming
off
off
a
a
century.
century.
Tim
Team
David
David
having
having
two
two
good
good
first
first
games
games
here.
here.
It's
It's
really,
really,
really
really
interesting to
interesting to
see
see
how the
how the
West
West
Indies
Indies
go
go
in the
in the
field. They
field. They
have
have
conceded
conceded
over
over
200
200
runs
runs
in each in the
in the
first
first
two
two
games
games
that
that
they
they
have
have
bowled.
bowled in. So
Hopefully,
hopefully
they'll be
they'll
able
be
to
able to
limit
limit
this
this
one to
one to
200
200
or less.
or less.
All right, all right. I don't believe I'm missing any calls. The phone line is open and we can take a quick call if you'd like to call in. All right, and also you can definitely share in the chat there. But, welcome, welcome. If you're just tuning in, and if you're here from the beginning, thank you for sticking and staying. All right, so West Indies, 220 for 6 at the end of their 20 overs. And so Australia, I believe they'll need a run rate of about 11 to win, and of course a score of 221. But not impossible for the Australians based on what we have seen so far in the context of setting totals. So, will the West Indies be able to restrict the Australians? That is the big question. And I guess that is what West Indies fans would like to see. A win here would be big for the West Indies, and we want to see that, today here. Welcome again. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our coverage here of the matchup between West Indies and Australia. Ren?
Yes, Natasha, thank you for, hosting us here with this match. A good match going so far. West Indies have done really well with the bat. And, for the first time in the series, I believe that there has been two batsmen making over 50 for the West Indies team, and that's good to see. Another good thing to see is that different people are performing, and that's the good thing about it is when different players are performing, then what it means is that everyone is chipping in at some point in time, and everyone is getting into some form. So West Indies, it's good to see that, Russell could have come to the fore again. And to be honest with you, he has had two good innings from out of three games here for the West Indies. And, he came in at a time when the team really needed him, and he did really, really well. So, really good performance here by Andre Russell. So we're setting up ourselves here for an exciting run chase, an exciting run chase. So we're going to go for a little break. If you want to talk to us, you could call in with
Welcome if you're just tuning in. Welcome, welcome. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And comment and let us know where you're tuned in from. So, the Australians are on the field at the pitch, and the Captain Marsh and Warner, they're opening for the Australians. And can I tell you that Rurian is a bit surprised that March is their opening, and soon we'll hear from Rurian as they share, why he's, surprised about March being there opening for the Australians, and Joseph, Alzari Joseph, will be the bowler up. And can West Indies get some early wickets, restrict the Australians, and take this win? That's the big question. All right. So, welcome. Please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. And that was a good first ball there from Joseph, Alzari Joseph, and a dot ball. So good start there from Alzari, and he knows it. I just love to look at their reactions, whether they're losing a wicket or, having a good performance. I just love to see the reactions of the players. All right, the chat is pretty quiet, but please remember to interact with us, and you know we're here, would love to hear from you, and keep our company on this side. All right, let us know where you're tuned in from. Trust me, this is looking very good for the West Indies. And if you look at the live win probability that is on screen, from we have been covering this series in terms of the ODIs, and yeah, I could perhaps go to the ODIs and the T20s. It's the first I am seeing West Indies with a 70% live win probability. Isn't that looking wonderful from a West Indies perspective? Because I am a fan. Here goes the first boundary there for the Australians. So four so far from this over, and the captain, Marsh, is leading from the front right now. So four for skipper Marsh there. And that was a beautifully played shot by the captain there for sure. All right. So this is what West Indies, they want to definitely limit the Australians in this context. All right. So just to ensure that, they're keeping the required run rate a bit high for the Australians and almost, impossible. So welcome. If you're just tuning in so far, about 5 from this over, with 2 more deliveries left in this very first over. All right. Let me just refresh the chat here to see if I'm missing any comments. And let me see what's happening here. Doesn't appear that way, but our poll is saying 100% that West Indies, that they're going to win this one. All right, so we have 2 more deliveries left in this first over. And Warner is on strike, a very big hitter too. And he can definitely put on a show here today if he gets the opportunity to. And that was good running there by the Australians. Trust me, they know what is at stake, and they know that they need runs. And, that is beautiful running there between the wickets. So I believe 6 from the over so far, with perhaps, 1 delivery remaining. So let us see what Joseph can do with this final delivery. So just waiting for that. And he's running up now to Marsh. And Marsh, so good delivery there from Joseph. And that's another dot ball. So I believe 6 from the first over. All right. So again, a good over there for Joseph. Good start. And that's what we want to do, or the West Indies, should be doing, limiting the Australians as best as possible. Ren, I'm not sure if you're ready for us. Let me know when you're ready. For sure. So again, welcome. If you're just tuning in, it's the matchup here, and we're bringing you live coverage, of course, commentary of the matchup between Australia and West Indies. And right now, this looks like Jason Older. Am I getting it right? Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ruren. Over to
All
you.
right, thank you, Natasha Lee. Good start to the run chase here by the West Indies. Good defending their total. Good first over there by Azari Joseph. Getting the ball to zip around a bit. And it's Jason Holder will open the bowling with him. He's going to be bowling to Warner, and Warner is beaten outside off stump there, backing away to the leg side to open the offside, not making contact. That goes through to Puran. So good start here by the Windies. Jason Holder bowling that ball back of a length, getting some bounce. Warner trying to cut that through the offside. beaten, and there is no addition to the score. So as the time goes by, I'll give you some information here as things pop up. I haven't given you information about this Australian team as Holder goes short and Warner pulls this one behind square for four. Easy pickings there and poor ball there from Holder. Much too short to Warner, and he will not miss out on those. He's a top class batsman and he knows this all too well. So the Australian team, as Natasha said earlier, I was a bit surprised that March was opening in this game. He batted at three for the first two games, so I'm not sure if that's a strategy that he's employing, where he bats as opening batsman when they're chasing, and when they're setting, he'll bat at number three. We'll have to look on that as Michel Marsh takes over reign as captain and will do things his own way. So it's hold the ball into Warner, who goes for the reverse shot there, and that one bounces over the stump to be taken by Puran as Holder goes in again, tucking up Warner on his pads. So it's a definite ploy to be tucking up Warner on his pads. He tend to go leg side to open up the offside, and West Indies seem to have had a great plan since last match to tuck him up on that leg side, and the field reflects that very much as the two players that are out in the outfield, they are behind square on the leg side. So hold the balls to one and beating him outside off stump this time. Warner 5 from 6, Marsh 5 from 5, as Holder is bowling a good start here by Holder as well. The ball tends to move a little bit for a few overs there in Australia, and that's what got West Indies into trouble. Um, but West Indies haven't gotten a wicket yet. So Marsh and Warner opening. Josh Inglis is slated to come in at three. Maxwell, Hardy, Tim David, Wade, Damper, Spencer, Johnson, Burnoff, and Bartlett to come. So that's what will happen here for the Australians. That's the team that they have played today. We're missing the likes of Sean Abbott and Marcus Stoinis in this game. So those are two changes for the Australians for sure in this one. Also missing Josh Hazelwood as well. So Australia rotating their squad very much to ensure that everyone gets a little touch of the international um, game here. So that's good for them as Holder closing out that over really well as Zazari Joseph comes in with his second over, full ball, and Arm Warner drives this one down the ground. That's going to be four. Beautiful shot there from David Warner. Azari Joseph getting just a little bit too close to um, to Warner, and he bangs this one down the ground straight as an arrow. As if you're just joining us, the dimensions of the field here at first, the straight boundaries, they are much shorter than the square boundaries. The straight ones are about 60 plus meters. The square ones are 80 plus on one side and 70 plus on the other, as Azari Joe with the balls to Warner, tucking him up on that leg side once more. So this has been a ploy that the West Indians have used for Warner. They know Warner goes leg side to try to open up the offside, so they tend to bowl a leg stump line to Warner, and he tends to get into a tangle there. Um, he did that in the last game, and that's what happened. And that's kind of the approach that they are employing here, as that Joseph goes to Warner, who edges over slip, and that goes for four. Lucky for Warner here, he went for the shot, edge found, and that one flew over the slips into the third man boundary for four. And Warner is off to a start here. He's 14 from 10, and he would be happy that that one didn't go to hand. And Azari Joseph was who was looking out for that one to go to hand as well, but no luck this time as Warner faces up to the fourth ball coming in from Azari Joseph, who's full on the pads. He knocks this one to mid off, where it is fielded by Jason Holder, and he trots across to for a single. 9 runs from this over. We have two deliveries to go, but good delivery here by Joseph, searching for that, you know, searching for that good length delivery on the stumps, trying to defeat Warner. He's unable to do that as Warner was in behind that one. He goes to 15 from 11 balls. He has scored 3,000 runs in T20 eyes. That's Warner in this game as Joseph comes into Marsh. Good delivery on the off stump. Marsh is behind that one and he drops it on the offside. He won't get a run. So good going there by David Warner. And you should know that David Warner is a top class player for a long time. Um, he has scored some brilliant innings, and it's good that he can celebrate that landmark here today. So David Warner, 3,000 runs in T20 eyes as as Joseph angles this one into March and he pulls it away down to fine leg for six. Poor delivery from Joseph this time. He's gone for 15 runs in this over, and the Australians, after 3 overs, they're 26 without loss, with Marsh finding his rhythm here, pulling that one over the fine leg boundary for six. And let's see what happens as this game progresses. So it's Australia, they're 26, they're 26 without loss after 3 overs as the West Indies try their best to get back into this one. At the same stage, West Indies was 17 for 3, and that's the difference between the Ricketts has made for the Australian team as Jason Holder is pulled out of the attack and Andre Russell, he is drafted into that attack here and he comes in for his first over. He's bowling to Warner, and Warner goes for the pull and gets this one over third man for six. It's an amazing shot. Warner was aiming that shot over the mid wicket that flew off the top edge and went for six over third man. You will not see anything like this. Not a bad ball by this any stretch of your imagination. And that one off the top edge and goes for six. Unfortunate for the bowler, lucky for Warner. Warner has been playing a few screechy shots here, some streaky shots as Russell comes into one and hits him as the one is a little bit short of a length. Warner goes for the pull and he takes a blow. I'm not sure where Russell got him. He's taking the helmet off. The players are around trying to figure out how well he's doing. And let's see what happens here on the replay as Warner goes for the pull. And that one seemed to come off the bat and up onto his helmet. And he seemed to be okay. Well, not off the back, but off his shoulder and onto the side of his face there and hoping he's okay. Hope that actually hit the helmet and not the face. And it seemed to have hit both the grill of his helmet and also his jaw. And it's good to see this match is being played in such good spirit as Andre Russell is down there to check out what is happening with him. There's a test done on his helmet and there's a concussion test that is being carried out there by the physio, but just to get you up to speed with this match, after 3.2 overs, the Australians, they are not for 32 runs, no wickets for 32 runs. They need another 189 runs in 100 balls. Warner is off to a flyer. He's 21 from 13. Marsh is batting well, opening today. He's 11 from 7. And that's the latest score here at the Perth Oval in Australia. Australia chasing 221 to take a clean sweep of this match. of this, sorry, ODI, not ODI, but T20 series. So that's where we are. That's where we are in this match here. But good delivery there from Andre Russell. Warner is still getting himself composed as the all right. So Russell got a knock when he was out there batting, and I guess he's returning that favor here. So Warner's back on his feet. Warner's back on his feet, and that's good to see. Just a part of the game that you know happens from time to time. So Warner's back on his feet. Russell's back to his mark. Six from the first two balls of Russell's over as he comes into bowl to Warner. Warner cuts this one away, 2 point for four. Beautiful shot by Warner. Outside off stump, and that's what Warner wants. And he cuts that one away for four. Beautiful shot. He moves up to 25 from 14. And the Australian score goes up to 30, where it goes up to 30, 36 for three. Sorry, 36 for the loss. So has to stay on as Warner drives this one into the covers, but well fielded there by Johnson Charles. So you can't give Warner any room outside off stump or even just outside off stump. He tends to bat outside leg and he lets his hands do the work through the offside. And, he's off to a flyer here. West Indies needs a few wickets just to put the Australians on the back foot here. Um, as Russell comes in to bowl to Warner, and Warner flicks this one through the mid wicket area. Will he get their back? Good fielding there out on the boundary. He came in a flash. Who's that fielder out there? But limits Warner to one. That's a good bit of fielding there. Had a few yards to run to his right. He made up that ground and got that ball in a flash. And that's good to see that the West Indies are up for this one in this match. So Australia 37 without loss after 3.5 overs. Need another 184 runs from 97 balls. Russell going for 11 runs in his 5 balls so far. Want to get out of this over without conceding any more boundaries as Rodman Powell is ringing the changes as Marsh is on strike. Russell comes in to bowl to Mitchell Marsh and Russell bowls to Marsh full and he goes for the on drive and straight to Jason Holder at long on. 10 runs, 11 runs rather from that over. First over from Andre Russell. And that's what we have here so far. The Australians, they're 37 without loss after 4 overs, scoring at 9.25 per over. And the West Indies off to a reasonably good start, but needs to find a way to get some wickets out of this Australian batting as Romario Shepherd comes into the attack. So Warner scoring some 108 sixes in his 3,000 runs as Shepherd comes into Warner, hits that one through the covers, and that's going to go out to the boundary for four. Short and wide by Shepherd, giving Warner too much room, and he places that through the cover for four. And that's meat and drink for Warner any day of the week. He loves them short and wide, and Warner was able to open up that offside, finding that gap in the cover, and that goes for four. So Rodman Paul needs to have a little chat with Shepard. I'm sure he knows what he did wrong there, and he'll adjust for the second ball. He goes down the ground this time for more. Shepard going fuller and Warner leaning back and opening up the offside again, going through mid off this time. He has rushed to 34 off 18 balls, and that's good batting there from Warner. Shepard keeping the ball, giving Warner to the use of his arms there. You have to keep that one outside leg stump for Warner because he's pretty strong through that offside, and he dealt with those deliveries really well there. Shepard under the pressure here, two boundaries from his first two balls. That's Warner. He's off to a flyer as Shepard comes in once more. So the score is West Indies bowling here, 45 without loss after 4.3 overs. So good start for the Australians, not losing a wicket at the moment, and that's where West Indies would have their concerns, as they would want to get some early inroads into the Australians innings, so to put them under some pressure. But let's see what happens here. So needs to find a way to shut down the scoring from Warner here. Shepard going for four his two first ball as he comes in with his third ball of his over. Goes to Warner, getting more leg side with this one. Warner plays this out into the offside, and there's no run. So Warner, he's 34 from 19. He's batting with March. He is he's 11 from 8, and the latest score here is the Australians. They are 46 after 4.4 overs. No 46 without loss as Shepherd comes in to Warner, who pulls this one, bangs this one mid off, goes for the single, and a brilliant single there. Holder with the shy at the stumps, not able to connect, and Warner gets through for a single. So here goes Shepherd once more. So the West Indies trying to get back into this one as Shepherd bowls to Marsh, who pulls this one to mid wicket, and there is a single. So Shepherd coming back nicely in this over. Hopefully he'll be able to close this one out well for his team. So Shepherd is at his mark again. Last ball of his over here as he comes into bowl to Warner, and he pulls a good delivery block hole up in the block hole, and that's dug out by David Warner, and he that he won't get any runs from that one. So unable to score from that one is Warner. So that's the end of the over here. At the end of the over, the Australians, at the end of 5 overs, the Australians, they are 47 without loss with Warner. He is after a flying. He's 35 from 21. Marsh is 12 from 9. And Holder comes back for his second over to close out this power play. So Holder coming back into the attack here. Goal. First over going for 5 runs. Good start from Holder. Um, we're expecting that he will continue his good work here as he's going to be bowling to Marsh. Goes to Marsh, who pulls this one into the onside, and it is fielded at square leg. He will get a single. So Marsh goes up to 13. Warner and strike. He's 35 from 21. So here goes the West Indies T1 score as Holder bowls to Warner. Slow ball on leg stump. Warner plays this into the onside, and uh, there's a single, a kilo sail overrun in that one, and he's able to cut it down to one. So staying, doing some good work on the boundary there. So 2 runs to one, and he goes to 37 off 22 as Holder goes to him, and he goes down one knee, and he sweeps that one into the stands for six. Beautiful shot by David Warner here. Takes him to 43. A beautiful shot. He was down on one knee. Holder bowled a slow ball, and he swept him into the stands for six. Good shot by David Warner. So brilliant catch also taken in the crowd. Great crowd shielding. Another one-handed catch in the crowd as who comes in to bowl to Warner, who cuts this one into the offside and runs through for a single. So Australia, none for 56 off 5.4 overs, needing another 164 from 86. After a good start here, the West Indies just need to get a few dot balls together. The Australians scoring off all the balls in this over, and a brilliant one-handed catch here in the crown. The first one that was taken right-handed. This one is taken left-handed as Marsh. It's this one just over Russell at mid-on. A close call there for Marsh. That rolls into the fence for a boundary, but just over the man there on the edge of the circle at mid-on, and Marsh gets a boundary there. Let's see how close this one was. He didn't get all of it, and Russell jumps full stretch, not able to pull that one in. And that's a good attempt there by Russell, but March lives to fight another day as Holder comes into March. Good delivery, dropping him on the pad, but there is no run. So after 6 overs, the Australians, they're 61 without loss. Good start for them. And very good start for them. Nice platform laid, and the West Indies, they will have to find some way to get back into this game in this middle order. The next 4 or 5 overs could decide a lot about this game. So let's see what will happen here as the Australians keep pegging away at these runs here. So hopefully West Indies will find a way to break this partnership and try to get the Aussies back under some pressure. Not a good record when they're chasing 200 plus runs, and this should be a good test for them. So let's see what happens here with the West Indians as we look at that six that Warner hit was some 93 meters over mid wicket, and that's a good shot there from him as Hussein comes into the attack. He's going to be bowling his first over. I think probably it's the first game that Hussein is playing that he has not bowled in the power play. He was put under some immense pressure last time by Warner, but now he'll have a little bit of protection. So let's see what will happen here with Akil Hussein. Akil Hussain, a good cricketer, usually usually gives his all when he's out there, quite determined. He's going around the wicket to try to cramp Ram Warner for room. And let's see how Warner goes. He loves to use that wicket as Warner goes for the first shot down the ground for six. Beautiful shot. That's 50 for Warner. First ball from Hussein, and Warner lines him up and hits him down the ground for six. Beautiful innings here from Warner. He's scoring at 200. He is 50 off 25 ball. He's 26.50 to go with 100 in international, in T20 international. He is a brilliant cricketer and he continues to reel in the runs. A good bowling here by Hussein as Marsh tried to go after him. He holds out the long off, and that's a wicket for the West Indies. Good wicket for them. They desperately needed that one, and Hussein is the man that provides that wicket as Holder takes the catch, and Hussein gets that one. So West Indies getting their first wicket there. So Australia, they're 68 for one. That one was pulled down, getting a lots of runs, hitting the top of the bat there, and Holder comfortable taking this one at long on, and West Indies they're happy to break through here. But you need to keep picking away at the wickets. You need to find a way to get Warner out or shut down his scoring as Aaron Hardy walks in at number three here to face up to Akil Hussain, who has gone for seven off his first three balls and ricketing his first over. Hardy to face his first ball from Akil Hussain, and he goes for the paddle sweep immediately, and he's off the mark. He'll get one, turning the strike over to Warner, and that's that's good batting from Hardy. And let's see how he will approach his innings. So Mitchell March, he made he made 17 from 12 balls, and he is off. So here comes Hussein as he goes to one, and that's turning into one, and he knocks this one to long on, looking for two, and he's back. And let's see what happens here. Brilliant running by Warner and Hardy. They come back for two, and that's good running there from the Australians. And large gaps in the field on the onside, and twos are easy to come by on this field, really wide on the boundary, especially spear of the wicket. So Hussein bowls to one and knocks this one into the onside again. Let's see if they'll go for two this time. Really putting some pressure on the fielder. Good work there by the field out on the boundary there. And there is no there's no chance for the second run. So the Australians doing pretty well so far. The West Indians The West Indians are, trying to get back into this one by getting a few wickets here as we continue to cover live action in this one. Let's see what's happening in the chat. We're not seeing anyone in the chat, but if you're here, you want to just let me know who's here with us. We love to give you a voice with an invitation. Welcome. Just to, thank you for supporting this space here for us. Make sure you answer that poll and also asking you to, close the chat for a bit and give us a like and subscribe if you're just joining us as Roston Chase comes into the attack. He's going to be bowling the eighth over. He's bowling to Warner, who knocks it to the offside, out into the offside, and it is fielded there on the cover boundary. So it's going to be Hardy facing up to Roston Chase. Roston Chase, one of the changes that were made in this game. So he he did really well with the bat. Started the comeback in this game for the West Indies. They really were in a poor position, but he did really well as he goes this one outside leg stump, and Hardy sweeps this one behind square for four balls from Rockton Shea, starting it on leg and getting some more turn. And he played that one behind square, and that's gone away for four. So beautiful shot there. Poor delivery from Rockton Shea, and you don't want to be gifting, runs away here as Chase comes into Hardy with his third delivery. Hardy's on the back foot, knocks this one, and brilliant fielding by the captain there at mid wickets and cutting off that single there. Hardy looking to get off strike. Australia needs 144 runs from 75 balls as Chase goes to Hardy. And it's not in this one this time to Midon Rosman, who stands no chance. And Azari Joseph comes in to do the fielding. So 6 runs from 4 balls so far for Western Chase. Good shot here by Hardy to go down. Then he's turning over the strike, giving Warner strike. He's 55 from 29 as Chase goes to Warner, who goes on the back foot, opening up the offside, knocks this one out to the sweeper, takes a single, and he moves on to 56 from 30. Hardy is 6 from 4. Australia needs 142 from 73. There is 7 overs, 7 runs from this over so far. Hope would want to get out of this over without conceding a boundary as Chase comes in to bowl to hard, gives himself a little bit of room and plays this one into the offside. That's going to be a dot ball. Good first over for Chase. 2 dot balls in there, and that's a good over for him. So not a bad start from Chase. Just one bad ball in that over that was banged through the onside for a boundary. So that's the latest here at the Perth Stadium. So if you're just joining us, West in Australia, they are 75 for one, sorry, 79 for one, and 79 for one as Hussein continues. First over going for 11. He's the wicket taker, and he's going to be bowling to Warner. Let's see how Warner will approach this one. 79 for one after 8 overs. Hussein bowls to Warner, pulls this one into the onside, and he'll get a single hit fielded by Johnson Clark. So Hussein not giving Warner that length that he can go down the ground. He made the mistake once before, and he he has adjusted his lines very well. So here here comes here comes Hussein once more. Uh, Powell going really slow with the bowling, taking off the pace of the bowling as Hussein comes into bowl to Hardy, who's pulling this one into the mid region and get one. That's all he'll get. Return comes into Nicholas Puran and they go through for a single. So 140 from 70 balls. 12 runs per over required here as the West Indies trying to, you know, shut down the boundaries for the Australians. Doing a good job so far as Hussein comes into bowl to Warner, tucks him up on the leg side here. He knocks that one in and they go for two. Brilliant running there by Warner. He tend to find the gaps really well and they're making sure that the runs are flowing and that's good backing there by Warner. Sensible backing as well. Knowing the neighbor, knowing the position of the game and if the keeper gets in hand then it should be, easier to get that one as Hussein bowls this one to Warner and Warner hits this one wide of long on for a boundary. So too short this time and Warner was able to get under that one and pull it wide of mid on, long on rather for four. And you don't want to be bowling these kind of boundary balls. A good shot to be honest from Warner. It was pretty short, but he tried to go down the ground and that's good backing here from Warner. So Warner is a busy player, and you would want to get Warner out because he's 63 from 33 balls. Hardy is 7 from 6 as Hussein goes to Warner, who turns this one again into the onside for a single. And there is no run. So Warner is 64 from 34. Hardy is 7 from 6. And West Indies needs to get another wicket or two to put the Australians back under some pressure. Some 9 runs from this over already as Hussein bowls to Hardy, who knocked this one into the mid wicket area and he picked up one. So good backing here by Hardy. And this over, 10 runs coming from this over, scoring from every delivery in this over. Good backing there by the Australians. They need 132 runs from 66 balls, and that's the latest score here from the first over for Australia. They are 1 for 89 after 9 overs. Let's see how things goes in this one. I think Roster States will be continuing here as he will be bowling to Aaron Hardy. So if you're just joining us here, West Indies, they batted first. They got a score of 220 runs. So Australia needs 221 to make a clean sweep of this one. March coming out to get to open and he was out caught Jason Holder off Akil Hussain for 17. He had two fours and one six. He made 17 off 13 balls. Warner is there at the crease. He scored 69 runs from 36 balls and he's batting with Hardy who he is 10 from 10. He has one boundary as Ruston Chase continues doing well with the ball so far. Ruston Chase, one really bad ball that was put away, and he's into his second over, 1.2 overs, none for eight. He got one. He got they scored 7 runs off his first over, and he's started this one well. He's bowling to Warner now as Warner is switching this one, and that's a beautiful shot for four. So Warner switch hitting, opening up the boundary down at the third man boundary, and you can't set him for shot like those, but a brilliant shot by David Warner, and that one has found the boundary. So Warner here taking this game away from the West Indies so to speak, keeping the Australians just in check with the run rate here. And West Indies desperate. They need to see the back of one as Warner knocks this one into the onside. He's looking for two, and Chase does chase there and prevents that. So good work here by Chase. Warner goes up to 69 from 36. He's backing with Hardy, who's playing a good innings. He's 9 from 9. And the Australians get 95 for 1 in 9.4 overs. And this is going to be looking like the Australians will need about 100 runs in their last 10. And they have 9 wickets in hand, though. That's the advantage that they have as Hardy sweeps this one into the mid-wicket region and he'll get a single. He goes to he goes to 10 from 10-1 or he's 69 from 36. Chase has one more delivery in this over. Doing fairly well so far. 1.5 overs, 14 runs. Would be happy to come away with a dot ball from this one. Or, a single as he comes in. He's going to the ball into Warner. Warner did a switch hit on him just now. I'm not sure if Warner is going to go back there again as Chase goes to Warner and he pulls it through the onside. And he's going to come back for two, I think. Good work there by Russell. And he moves into the 70s. He's 71 off 37. Beautiful batting here. So that's 9 runs from that over, chasing 2 overs for 16. The Australians, after 10 overs, they're 98 for one, needing another 123 runs to win this game with 9 wickets in hand. So let's see how this goes. West Indies will need to bowl well here. Going to be Australians will have to bat well to win this one too. But with 9 wickets in hand, you have to give them the advantage here. So let's see what happens in the next few overs as the West Indies batsmen. So at this stage, the West Indians were 5 down for 92 runs. Australia, they're 1 down for 98 runs. So the West Indies will have to find a way to get something out of this as it's going to be Romario Shepherd back into the attack. No, it's going to be Akil Hussain with his third over to bowl to Hardy. So three on the trot here for Akil Hussain as he bowls to Hardy, who swings this one into the middle region. And that one goes one bounce into the fence for four. Good shot there by Hardy. Good shot there. First ball of the over. He goes for the slug and finds the boundary. So good shot there. Splitting the field and getting his second boundary here. Seemed to be an onside player, this Aaron Hardy, but doing well, giving Warner the strike, and he's starting to impose himself on this game as well. So here's the thing to Hardy and he sweeps this one again behind square, and it will be cut off down there by Rutherford. Good running in the field there, and he limits them to one. So the Australians need 118 from 58 balls, and the West Indies trying to shut the Australians down out of this one. Warner doing really well here. He's on strike. He's 71 from 37 balls. Hardy, he's 15 from 12 and the West, the Akil Hussain is going to come back to this attack ball in his third ball, and he's bowled to Warner, and that one goes over the top of off stump. I thought that one bowled in for a minute there, but that one bounced over the top. Uh, so not getting contact on that revert switch hit Warner, and there is no run. So important dot ball for the West Indies as Akil Hussain goes Warner down the pitch, fix this one in the onside, and it's going to fall a little bit short of the fielder, and they will come back for two. So not able to make that catch was the captain Rovman Powell. The Warner was down the pitch, not getting to the full pitch of that one. Went through the shot, but it didn't carry to the long on fielder there. So here's Akil Hussain. He's 28 from his over. He's tucking up Warner, who hits this one just over mid wicket, and that one goes for four. So Hussein trying to shut Warner down, but Warner is just a little bit too good. Didn't hit that one very well, but got enough on it to clear the the fielder at mid on. Really riding his luck here, Warner. In some instances, he has had some half shot that has gone to the boundary, but you know, really putting Akil Hussein under a little bit of pump here. As there's 11 from this over as Akil comes in bowl to one and tucks him up once more on that leg stump line there. and Warner goes for a single. Johnson Charles Field, and the West, Australians, they need 111 from 54 balls, and it's time for the players to get a drink. So 70 in the first game, Warner, 78 here, not out of 41. He got 22 in the second game. Pretty good series for David Warner here. But, has had his luck along the way as well. But some top shots mixed in that. And, you need a little bit of luck when you're playing in T20 cricket, when you're, going at the bowling like that. You need a little bit of luck, and it's totally deserved. Fortune favors the Brave, and he has played some remarkable shots here, David Warner. So Warner, he's 78 from 41. The, let's just give you a roundup of what is happening in this match so far. So Australia, they're chasing 220 that was posed by the West Indies team. They were that was owed up to two or three players. So Andre Russell, he made 71 of 29 balls, 76 fours. He was ably supported by Rutherford, who made 67 of 40 balls, five sixes, five fours. Powell made 21 of 14, and made Ruston Chase, he made 37 of 20 balls. Kyle Mears, the other player to make double figures, he made 11 of 7 deliveries. In response, the Australians, they're 110 for one after 11.2 overs. So West Indies trying to shut this one down. West Indies trying to shut this one down. Warner not allowing the bowlers to settle here, as this one was an opportunity for a stumping that was gone a big. It was a difficult chance, as that one was angled down the leg side. So can't be too hard on Nicholas Puran on that one. But Troy Chase bowls too hard. A good delivery, and he knocks it back to Chase. Chase bowling a good little spell here. Bowled 2.5 overs, and he is gone for 16 runs, two dot balls in this over. As he bowls too hard, he goes for the reverse, and he will get a single. So good over here by Chase. I bowling a tidy little spell here. Much appreciated, I would say, for from his captain. So Chase continues to bowl 110 from 50 as he bowls to Warner. Inside edge down to short, fine leg, and he gets a single. I feel as though he goes up to 79 from 44. Chase doing well here. Three runs from five balls in this over, and he would love to close this out. The Australians, they need 108 from 49. So let's see if Chase will be able to close out this over here, as he comes in to bowl to Hardy, who edges this one to third man, and that they go through for a single. No, it's a dot ball. So brilliant over here by Chase. Three runs from it. He's none for 18 from three. Brilliant bowling from him so far. And he has, kept the scoring in check. And that's what the West Indies really and truly wanted here, for a bowler to come into this contest and do pretty well. Ruston Chase is that type of cricketer who you can never rule out, as he's always there or thereabouts. But he's doing really well here to keep the bowling in check, and that's what has been happening so far. So it's going to be Romario Shepherd that will come in here. Romario Shepherd that comes in as he bowls his second overs. here, the second over. First over going for 10 as he bowls to Warner. Provided Shepherd bowls to Warner. So he ducks this one to short third man, and they are not able to go through for a single. Trying to angle the bat to get that down to the third man boundary, unable to do so. Good option, I think, here for Robman Powell. Lots more options with Ruston Chase, the second spinner in the team, contributed well with the back as well. So that's that's a good one. So it's it's Shepard into Warner who knocks this one to mid on, and that goes for a single. So Shepard is going to be bowling to Hardy now. So Shepard into Hardy and it's full outside awesome. Inside edge. So Shepard bowls Hardy and that's the end of Hardy for the night as this was full outside awesome. We tried to work this one down the third man, got the inside half of the bat. He's bowled off the inside edge and West Indies have their second wicket. So they're down to West Indies have their second wicket and it's going to be just English that's in. Just English is in at 4 today. Let's see what happens here with Just English as he comes in to take off. So here is Shepherd to English first ball, knocks it to mid on and misfield there by Jason Holder and he allows the single. He's off the mark right away. English knocking that one to mid on and calling for the run. Gets it easily. Shea Holder should have done better there. And picking that one up cleanly might have had a chance to shy at the stump but not able to pick it up one time, and that opportunity goes a begging. So Warner, he's 80 off 46. English is one off one. The required rate goes up to 4.5 for 14 and a half per over as Shepard comes in to bowl to Warner, into Warner, who gives himself some room down the leg side, trying to go for a leg bite there, not able to get the leg by and that's another dot ball. Some good overs put together here by the West Indies team. And this is good bowling here from Romario Shepherd. And the pressure is building on the Australians now to make some runs. So good bowling here. A few good overs strung together. One by Chase and now by Shepherd. And that's a good, good thing that West Indies can get a few overs together. Shepherd to Warner knocks this one to long long to mid on and gets one. So Shepard doing well in that over. 3 runs and 1 wicket. Shepard 2 overs for 13. And that's an awesome ball in that over in the context of this one. As the West Indians should seek to close this one out. 15 runs per over now for the Australians. They need 105 from 42 balls. And I think Ruston Chase will close out his spell here. I think I would close out Ruston Chase's spell. He has bowled really well. So let's see where Robman Powell goes with his bowling. Yes, he's going to go back to Chase. 3 overs for 18 runs Chase, conceding about 2 boundaries if my memory serves me right. So Chase really doing well here for his team. He's going to be bowling to Warner. So they're going to watch Warner very carefully here. He's going to try to follow Warner as Warner swings this one into the mid-wicket region. Will he get out? Yes, he's caught by Andre Russell on the mid-wicket fence. Chase gets the important wicket of David Warner. He goes for 81 off 49 deliveries. A wicket that the West Indies really wanted at this point in time. So Chase providing a valuable breakthrough here for the West Indies. One down and one we need. Chase asks him to challenge that um, long boundary square of the wicket, unable to do so, and he goes. The Australians losing their third wicket here, and Warner goes for a well played 81 off 49. Beautiful batting here. 9 fours, 360, 15 dot balls. You couldn't ask for a better start from your opener than what Warner has given as he trudged off the field. And the big show, Glenn Maxwell, who is coming off a century last game, comes into the crease. His team needs 105 from 41. Will he be able to deliver for his team today? We'll just have to wait and see. So let's see what happens here. 103 matches, 2,405 runs, 150 strike rates with 500. Brilliant batsman, Glenn Maxwell, and West Indies would want to see him back in the hut pretty soon as Chase goes to Maxwell. He knocks this one to mid on, where Powell comes across and does the fielding. There's no run. Chasing his last over here. Maxwell facing the third ball of Chase's over as Chase comes in to Maxwell, goes for the reverse and missed that one. Well taken by Nicholas Puran. And Maxwell is still in his crease, trying to open the offside. And that one went through his legs. Brilliant take by Nicholas Puran. But Maxwell didn't leave his ground. And that means that he is not out as Chase continues. 3 balls, 3 dot balls in this over for Chase as he continues to Maxwell, who goes across the line. No appeals for this one. They go through for a leg by, and there is no challenge there as there's the first runs conceded off this over. Chase Rickett's first ball, 2 dot balls to Maxwell, and now this one went through as a leg by, I would think. Let's see what the umpire says about this one. So he's given Maxwell the run, so that's off the bat. As Chase bowls to English, who goes for the pull. That ball hits him in the back, not getting Chase away this time. Chase 1 for 19 after 3.5 overs. Brilliant spell here. Even if this one goes away for 6, you would have to give Ruston Chase his kudos for this spell. Brilliant contribution in this game here for his team. Brilliant 27 runs earlier in the day as he bowls to English, who hits it back to Ruston Chase. He's all caught and bowled. Brilliant bowling by him, a Rickett, and he gets 2 for 19 in his 4 over. Brilliant spell from Ruston Chase. He has had a good game, an inspired change here by the West Indies um, personnel, and Ruston Chase making good, good of this opportunity presented to him. And his place in the team was really, 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 really questioned, but he was drafted into this final 11 and he has done really well. Just English, he goes for one, cotton ball chase, he faced 3 balls, and the West Indies are in a good position here. They need 104 from 6 overs, and the thing is, there are 2 good strikers at the crease. It's going to be Tim David and Glenn Maxwell, and let's hope the West Indies will be able to stick to their guns here. They have bowled really well, but that man Ruston Chase bowling 4 on the bounce and getting 2 wickets for 19. That's an awesome, awesome, awesome bowling here. Shepherd is doing really well with this one. Tim David comes into the crease. It's going to be Maxwell on strike. He's going to be facing up to Romario Shepherd. Shepherd comes in to bowl him to Maxwell, who nails that one back to Maxwell, unable to find the boundary. And that's another dot ball. Maxwell 1 from 4. David yet to face a ball. West Indies getting some quick wickets here. Australia reduced to 117 for 4 after 14.1 over. And, good bowling here by the West Indies. The last few overs has been really good. At this stage, the West Indies were 130 for 5. So the Australians falling a little bit behind right now. But just need a few one big over to change it as he bowls to Maxwell, who hits this one into the cover area. He gets a single as Charles tidies up on the boundary. So another one to the total. Let's see what will happen here. As Shepherd continues. Good start to the over so far. Two balls he's bowled and 1 run scored so far. So Shepherd again. So it's going to be Tim David on strike again to Shepherd. Let's see what will happen here as Shepherd comes in to David. Good delivery on the middle stump. David is behind that one. Plays it back to the bowler. Another dot ball here. 18 runs needed per over here. The run rate climbs as the West Indies bowlers comes up trump so far here with some good bowling as going to be Romario Shepherd once more. Ball to Tim David. And Tim David swings this one and finds the boundary down at behind square on the leg side. Shepherd getting through straight and swung away by David. Good shot, a well needed boundary by the Australians. They were struggling a little bit to find their boundary, but Tim David finding that one, playing that one past Chase as short finally, and he gets that one into the boundary for 4. So David has had a good series, some good scores right throughout, and he has started well here. So Shepherd needs to get back on track with his bowling. Needs to keep it more off stump as he comes back. Bowl to David, who knocks this into the onside. They go for one, or they're going to challenge the second run. Yes, they are beautifully placed by David, well weighted that shot, and he comes back for 2. He's gone up to 6 off 3 balls, and there's 1 ball to go in this over as Shepherd want to close out this ball without without getting smacked at the boundary. So 97 runs off 31 balls is possible in this modern era of T20 cricket. It's really and truly possible. So let's see what happens here. As Shepherd bowls this one, beautiful one on. So this umpire is saying that that one is a wide. He went for the wide Yorker there, and the umpire calls him for that one. I would love to see a replay on that one because that one looks a little tight. It's on the line. So I guess it's a fair call there. So let me check the chat to find out if anybody is here with me and calling this game. As Shepherd comes in, goes to David, who goes for a swing, and there is no run. A dot ball to end that over. The Australians, they need 96 runs from 30 balls. The West Indies in charge here. And let's see what will happen from this other end here. I think probably he will go back for Joseph maybe to get some pace on the ball here. So Ruston Chase 4 overs, 2 wickets for 19 runs. Brilliant bowling spell for him. So some important decisions here to make from Ravman Powell. This game is on a nice edge. We can't rule anything out with Maxwell at the crease. He's a competent striker off the ball. He's there with Tim David, who has had a good series. It's Azari Joseph who comes back into this one. So Azari Joseph to bowl to Glenn Maxwell. Let's see what happens. He opens his stance, tries to flip this one over the keeper, and that one goes through for dot ball. So that's the goes to for a dot ball, trying to just ramp that one over. So he took a special liking to um, Akil Hussain in the last game. Akil Hussain has not bowled to Maxwell yet. He has one over left, I believe. So Maxwell is 2 from 6, facing up to Joseph, who's bowled not fucking good quick licks here. Same shot again, and he's missing, trying to ramp that over the keeper, missed his shot, and he is 2 from 7. The pressure builds on him. 96 runs from 28 balls as Maxwell is going to face up to Azari Joseph once more. The scoreboard pressure seemed to be, to seem to have told on the Australian batting so far. So Marshy made 17 from 13, won a brilliant 81 from 49. Hardy made 16, a run ball 16 as as Joseph comes into bowl. So Maxwell back of a length, and Maxwell swings across the line, not making contact, and that's 3 dot balls to Maxwell from Joseph. Back to the scorecard. English, he made one, and Maxwell and David is at the crease. So Joseph in Maxwell once more, and Maxwell goes for the sweep, not able to make contact this time. Azar Joseph holding at 143 ticks, 3 dot balls to Maxwell here, and the pressure is building on the Australians. So let's see what happens here as Joseph comes in, and Maxwell trying to access that third man area. They're not able to make contact as Joseph comes in to bowl to Maxwell. That's in the air. Will he get caught? No, not getting to Chase. And Chase throws at the stumps, unable to hit the stumps. And Maxwell lucky call there for him on both counts, dropping just short of Chase, who's at the cover fielder, fielding in the cover. Chase coming in on the bounce and was able to try at the stumps. Maxwell wasn't in the frame any at all, and it missed, and he would be gone for all money there. No one was backing up at the stump. It happened too fast, and Maxwell gets off strike there as Joseph comes in to bowl through. David who knocks this one to mid on, and that one goes for a single. So good over here from Azari Joseph. You know, Brilliant bowling from him. 2 runs from this over, 3 overs for 23 runs from the top pacer. Maxwell unable to find his feet in this one. And, let's see what happens. 4 overs to go. I'm sure Shepard will bowl one of those. One will be from Joseph. Um, I'm not sure where um, I'm not sure where Powell will go for his next over. He's going for a whole one from Holder, which is good. So 3 overs there. I know he's gonna need one. I guess he might go back to Russell for one. So let's see what's happening here. One from Hussein, one from Shepard, one from Holder, one from Joseph. Where will Robman Powell go for his overs? The Australians, they need 94 runs from 24 balls as Holder comes into David, who swings, and that one goes over the top of the keeper, down to the boundary for four. Furan jumping full strength, couldn't get her hand onto that one. Lucky shot there for David, um, but it goes to the boundary. Furan nowhere near that one, and a boundary for Australia, a much needed boundary as that one finds the boundary. Close call there for David. Here comes Joe Holder to Tim David full and into the pass. He knocks this one into the onside. They go for two. Brilliant running there from the Australians. So two more runs to this total. 23 balls and 23 balls and 98 runs. Where would Robert Powell go with this one? I'm thinking he might just keep Hussein out of this one as Powell faces up to Jason Holder. Six from the first two balls of his over, and he goes for the Yorker, knocks into the onside, and there will only get a single. Robman Powell does the fielding, and there is just a single. So 87 runs from 21 balls. Can the Australians do this? Let's see if the Australians can pull this one off. As Holder misses his run up to Glenn Maxwell here. Not sure if that was a strategy. So 7 runs from 3 balls here from Jason Holder. Not a bad spell. None for 26 in 2.3 overs. Maxwell, he's 3 from 10. David is 14 from 8. So let's, let's see what's happening here. Holder into Maxwell, who goes for the pull through the mid-wicket region. And he's going to find the boundary. Beautiful place shot there by Maxwell, splitting the field. And his first boundary, 11 from this Holder over now, 2 balls to come. And that's a good shot there from Glenn Maxwell playing that one into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. 20 balls, 83 runs as Jason Holder comes into bowl to Glenn Maxwell. And that one is wide outside the off stump. Wild call by the umpire. Extra goes up to 3 as Holder tries to bowl that wide Yorker, missing it, and it's gone through for a wide. So 2 more balls left in this over. Australia needs 82 runs from 20 balls. So let's go with. So here goes Maxwell swinging the bat here, knocking this one down to long on, and it's a single to Glenn Maxwell. He goes to 8 off 12, gives David the strike. He's 14 off 8. West Indies bowling really well here. You know, the second spinner, Ruston Chase, had added so much balance to this team that it has been really amazing for the West Indians. They have played well and would deserve to win one match in this series. I think they could have won the series if they played better in that first one. Holder goes up into the block hole, and David knocks this one for 6. Beautiful shot from David, full, and David gets under that one, knocks it over the boundary for 6. He goes to 20. His good performance in this series continues as he knocks that one into the stands for 6. And that's the first 6 for quite a while here. And that's a good shot by Tim David. Holder missing his length and made to pay by Tim David. Beautiful shot, straight down, hitting the side screen. That's as straight as you get. Good shot there by David. Some 6, 12, 18, 19 runs from that Jason Holder over. So that's a 93-meter hit by Tim David. It's going to be Romario Shepherd to close out his spell. He's 1 for 21 from 3. He's going to be bowling to Glenn Maxwell. Shepherd into Maxwell, who cuts this one away down to the boundary for 4. Down at the point region there. short and wide, and Maxwell was on the back foot waiting for something to pounce, and that one was cut away for four. Needs to get that one closer to Maxwell as he's pretty talented here, and he cuts that one away. The third man two square, which is Andre Rossi, that one crashes into the boundary for four. So let's see what happens here. Shepherd continues to Maxwell, and that's a wide one. He's looking for Maxwell to go down the leg side to make room for himself. Maxwell stayed his ground. That one was a wide 24.7 runs per over required as Shepherd comes in to bowl to Maxwell. And Maxwell, that's wide on the offside again. So Shepherd going wide on down the leg side first, now going wide on the offside. And he's gone for six off one ball technically in this over. So he needs to get his bowling together as he's trying to keep out of the hitting range of Glenn Maxwell. So it's 69 from 17 balls as he bowls a Yorker and he yorks him. Beautiful delivery from Romario Shepherd up in the block hole. Maxwell has no answer for this one. It's off his pads and onto the stumps, and Romario Shepherd gets his second wicket, and that's the second wicket for him. It's the back of the hand Yorker, and Maxwell tries to go on side with that one. It hits the pad back onto the pad and onto the stump. Maxwell goes for 12 or 14. Nothing like what he produced in the last game. He struggled today, and that's the end of Glenn Maxwell. You know, this should be the match for the West Indies here as they get rid of the dangerous Glenn Maxwell for 12 or 14 balls, less than a run a ball. And that goes that there it goes as Shepherd bowling this one, back of the hand slow ball, inside edge onto the boot, and that hits the off stump. And Maxwell is taken out of his misery here by Romario Shepherd. Excuse me. So the Australians, they're 152 for five, and Matthew Wade walks out at was now at the fall of the fifth wicket. Matthew Wade has a best score of 83 fifties, a 1,100 and 1,167 runs. So let's see what happens here. Shepherd goes into Wade with his first ball, and Wade clicks this into the onside. Will he come back for a second run? Yes, he will. As Russell comes in off the backward square boundary and does the work. So three balls to go in this one. Shepherd getting some good wickets here for his team, getting rid of the dangerous Glenn Maxwell, and that was a good delivery here. Here is Wade facing up his second ball from Shepherd, slow ball again on or about the leg stump, and Wade plays it back to the bowler. So dot ball there. The Australians need 67 runs from 14 balls now, and not impossible, but they have lots of work to do to get this one done. So let's see what happens here in the rest of this one. So here is Shepard in the ball to Wade, who goes for the slug seat, missing that one. And That's outside. There are some dot balls here. So another dot ball here. So 67 runs needed off 13 balls. Let's see what will happen here as Romario Shepherd continues to bowl to Matthew Wade. He's 2 from 3. Bowls to Wade outside off stump and he crashes this one through the offside. Will he get a boundary? No. He pick up 2 more runs and that's going to be two. So 2, 4, 8, and 10 from that. Romario Shepherd over. And the Australians, they'll need 63 from the next 2 overs. A tough ask, but it's not impossible. This cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. You can't be too sure with this. As the West Indies continue on with this one. Let's see who's going to get this over here. Joseph is going to bowl his fourth and final over here. So, short of a length here, and they pull that one away for one. So good bowling here from Joseph. The few West Indies supporters are in the stands. That's good to see, and they get something to cheer about. As the West Indies have done really well to close out this one. 17,000 people in attendance here as Joseph continues to bowl. One off the first ball from David. 11 balls to get 64 runs. Let's see what will happen here as Joseph comes in to wait. To drive this one down the ground to mid off. Also for a single shies at the stump with a player there. And there is a single. So 63 runs from 10 balls. So they need so the game is pretty much done if you look if there's no extras bowled here. And Azari Joseph isn't happy with that shy at the stump at all. Here is David on strike to Azari Joseph. Joseph in, pulls, pulling length, and David hits this one over long on for 6. So anything that's pitched up in the arc, David is good enough to put that away and, makes best for the West Indians just to stay back up a length to David here because the straight boundaries are full. Their straight boundaries are short, but I understand what Joseph was doing, trying to go up in the block hole, trying to get that Yorker. But Tim David has had a beautiful series as a finisher for the Australians, and he has found the middle of the bat once more. Good hitting here by Tim David. His score goes on to 27 from 11 as Joseph continues to bowl to David. He goes for the full. Let's see if that's called a wide. Um, so beautiful shot here. 91-meter hit from that 6 from David. Here is Joseph once more, comes into bowl to Tim Davies. 27 from 12 balls, so as he swings this one into the onside in the air. Will that go in the stands? Yes, it does go in the stands. Another 6 from David. He's a powerful player, and he is establishing that here I'm a good player in this team. I need to, be given the opportunities, the best opportunities, as he has pumped. Sorry, Joseph, way over square leg for 6. No chance for anyone unless you're in the crowd here He's 33 from 13 deliveries, and that's a good striking here from Tim David. Let's see if Azari Joseph can finish off this one. So Joseph into David. Last ball of his over and spell. Yorker delivery knocks back to Joseph, who gets down, try to field that one, not able to field it. His spell is done. He has bowled 4 overs, none for 38. Good bowling here from Azari Joseph. Bowled quite a few good overs, taken to the chin in his last over here by by Tim David, but fairly decent figures at the end as Holder is going to close out this one for the West Indies. 50 runs from 6 balls. So let's see what happens here as the West Indies needs to bowl 6 balls to close this one out. Wonder if David must be thinking I could get a 50 here with a couple of boundaries. He's going to be on strike for that last over. 50 runs, impossible without some help from the West Indians, like some no balls and so on. So just need to keep the feet behind the line in order to get this, one home. So here goes Jason Holder to bowl to Tim Davis. Let's see what happens here. He bowls to David, swings and misses, and he goes to for the leg by. Let's see what Holder did with this one. Slower bouncer, and Tim David going for the drive, not able to connect with that one, staying much too early, and that one goes for a leg by. So here is Holder and he goes away, who goes for the pull into the mid wicket region, and he's going to get one. Rutherford field, 4 balls left, 48 runs for the Australians to get. They have been outstayed in this one, the Australians. Good bowling by the West Indies in the middle. The spin bowlers really got things back into check. Romario Shepherd had a good day as well as Holder bowls to David. He gives himself a room. Holder follows him, hits that one out to mid wicket, and there will only be a single here. Good bowling here from Holder. West Australia needs 47 from 3, and this one goes. Well, let's go with this one. 3 balls to finish this one off for the West Indies. Holder, none for 40 after 3.3, as Holder bowls to Wade. Good ball in the block hole. Wade digs this one out the point. A single is taken, fielded there by Azari Joseph. And 46, for 2, 46 in 2 balls as Holder tries to close this over out. Good bowling here. Some top performances here from the West Indies. Chase and Dre Russ putting off some good ones there. Good bowling here from Jason Holder as well. Is he called for a wide there? Yes, he's called for a wide, and he's disappointed. 1 ball over the shoulder height. Going to be David. So bouncing that one short, just over the shoulder height here from Holder. Oh, he's called. The Holder is not happy with that one. Let's see. Down the 2 meters mark was called there as Holder goes to Tim David full outside off some fun. He's pushed into the stands there by Tim David. Strong player, Tim David. He goes to 41 off 17. He has a good swing of the bat. Anything that has been in his half of the pitch, he has dealt with amazingly well tonight. Brilliant shot there by him. The 28-6 of the 28-6 of the series for the Australians, and a no ball bowled by Jason Holder. And so it's going to be a free hit here for Tim David. He needs no second invitation from that. Not a crowd catch this time. That one thumped into the crowd as he goes up into the block hole. Tim David knocks this one down to long on. And there is a dot ball. Did he go for that one? No. So he didn't run for that one as Tim David stays on strike. He's 41 from 18. One ball to go in this innings. The West Indies has done really well with their bowling, and they will seem to be having all they need to close this one out. I told a Yorker length delivery, and it's David on the pad. That's the end of the 20 overs. The West Indies has taken of this game. They win this one by 37 runs. Good performance there from the West Indies. They came back from, you know, from way down. This one, they were down and out. They were 79 for 5 and, up against it. But a 139 run partnership between Rutherford, a man who has been under a lot of pump, and Andre Russell, the seasoned all rounder in the team, has brought them to a place where they could have won this game. And we can't we can't overlook the performances of Ruston Chase, who has bowled 4 overs for 19 runs, taking 2 wickets. And on top of that, he made a brilliant 27 in the power play to give the West Indies some impetus. So a good day out for the Ruston Chase. And, doing that in the only game that he played on tour is really, really, really well done from him. So with a little bit more consistency, a little bit more effort, I think the West Indies would have taken this series. I think they could have won that first match if they had a few more things, you know, uh, been on top of a few things. They dropped a few catches, a few rush shots. They got brilliant starts, but they weren't able to close that first game out. But a really impressive series here. All the matches that has been played, the scores have been over 160 for both teams, and that's pretty admirable. And this was a great game, bro, a great game from the Australians. So really, really good game from the Australians. Good game from the West Indians too. And it's good to see the West Indians coming through with a win here. Good performance in this series. The Australians definitely, played the better cricket and deserved to win. But West Indies, no matter what position they found themselves in, they found a way to put back some pressure on the Australians, and they were able to take this game by 37 runs. So Ruston Chase is there having an interview with Kath Loeb, with a reporter there. Really good performance, and Darren Sammy and his team must be credited for those two changes they made in this one.
For sure, a good performance there by the West Indies. I'm not sure if Ruben, you're going to listen in on those interviews and kind of let us know what's going on from them. But excellent game from the West Indies, and as you mentioned, Chase there. It's definitely good to see when, teamwork makes the dream work. And that's definitely what we're seeing, in this context, right now. So a good matchup and, an excellent way to finish this series from, the West Indies for sure. And if you're still here, please remember to hit the like button, the share button, and the subscription button. I'm not even sure who is here right now because you guys aren't commenting, but Franklin is here, of course. And Franklin is saying, great win by the West Indies. Congratulations, Raleigh. Rally around the West Indies. And that's definitely what we're doing. And from this side here, we're definitely happy to see the West Indies here. We have been, carrying, live commentary, giving live commentary, and we're so happy to see the West Indies. And for us, we weren't sad when we see that, those near misses in terms of losing, but we realize that there was growth and definitely lots of potential. Ruren, do you have something to share with us now? Or not yet?
Not much, Ruston Chase did bowl a good spell, 12 dot balls, 19 runs, two wickets, a run, an economy of 4.75. Like that was brilliant bowling there. And he stifled the Australians in the middle there. He is just expressing that he's happy for the win and that they were pretty confident going into this one. And he was happy to contribute.
For sure, for sure. I guess a key consideration in the context of the play of the match. So, would you give it to Russell or Chase?
This is a tight one because if you reflect on this inning by the West Indies inning, it was Chase who got them some impetus in the power play. He played a brilliant 27, I think, of 20 balls or something to that effect. But he got them off to a start when the top order fell away. So he did that, Ruston Chase, and that cannot be overlooked. He also he also bowled a brilliant he also bowled a brilliant spell. Yes, thank you.
It was
37 from
actually 37 from 20. Yeah.
yeah. So that was brilliant as well. But you can't underrate. I would give it to Andre Russell for his brilliant 71 runs from 29 balls. Like
Yeah,
that
that
is
was
amazing.
amazing for sure. And a key
750.
moment in terms of transitioning
Yes,
the
and
West Indies.
yes, knowing that the West Indies were 79 for 5 when he came to the wicket, and for them to put together such a good partnership, him with the with Rutherford, that was pretty amazing. 139 runs, and I tell you, it was laced with some great shots. I can remember two good shots there. Russell played a shot for six over extra cover off Adam Zampa. He had a Zampa under pressure. He brought that one wide, turning away, and he was on the front foot, down on one knee, and deposited that one over the offside for six. I tell you, that was a classic one. And, Rutherford was under immense pressure for his spot. Personally, I wouldn't have picked him for this game, but he turned up and he performed. And, just a little bit of persistence and faith shown in him by the coaching staff, and he has repaid them pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at the chat here, Saru, and I'll be keen, for you to get some information from those interviews. And I'm seeing Franklin here saying, I've always been a supporter of Roston Chase, and Chase should be the player of the match. And I guess for his all rounded, performance. So Guyana is here. Hello to everyone tuned in from Guyana. So hello to you, Franklin. And I'm sure you're going to share the good news there in Guyana about this space. So soon we'll have more Guyanese over here. We have some, and we're looking for the entire Guyana to come on over for sure. And Franklin, if one of these days, you'd like to talk to us, would love to hear from you, just about cricket. And it looks like Andre Russell is the player of the match. So Ruren is going to get some, information from those interviews to share with us, momentarily. But if you're still here, thanks for sticking and staying with us. It has been, a nice to see you this morning, depending on where you're at, in terms of the West Indies just coming out, showing up. And it teaches us life lessons. We lose, but it does not mean that we cannot win. And, sometimes we'll start shaky, but we end, we can definitely end strong. And so with Christ in the vessel, we can definitely smile at the storm and look at the West Indies now. So let us continue to support the West Indies. Let us continue to support the space. The easiest way you can support us is by hitting the like button, ensuring that you subscribe and share, share, share. Yes, that is definitely important. We also have other ways that you can support us, for example, through super chat, super stickers, channel membership. But the easiest way that we're asking you in terms of supporting us is by hitting the like button, the share button, and of course the subscription button. I'm not sure who else is here, but I know Franklin is here and Guyana is tuned in at the moment. So who else is here right now with us? Let me know in the chat, and we're just waiting for Ruren to join us back with some information from, the interviews. And again, West Indies, they did fantastic in terms of limiting the Australians here, and perhaps the first match from the T20s that Australia has not gone over 200 runs. I stand corrected there, but from my recollection, it's perhaps the first time we are not seeing Australia gone over 200 runs. So this was definitely, good here from the West Indies. And Franklin is saying, I'm good with Russell being given the Player of the Match award. Awesome. He did fantastic in terms of, you know, the where he brought the team to, and it was definitely a team effort. But 71 from 29, definitely fantastic there. 4 4s, 7 6s, and Russell was there, wasn't joking around with the balls. He knew the assignment that was on hand, and he was ready to deliver. And kudos should go to Rutherford. Like, he did fantastic. He stick it out to the end, 67 not out from 40 deliveries, 5 4s and 5 6s. So another, fantastic, score there, because the partnership too between Rutherford and Russell was definitely impactful. And I cannot leave out Rovman Powell, because he started to put up some leadership, albeit 21 from 14. We saw 3 4s there, in his runs contribution. And so again, that was fantastic there. So really, the nature of the game for the West Indies started to change with Chase. So when Roston Chase came in, that's where we started to see that, momentum being built. And so Roston Chase 37 from 23 4s and 2 6s. Then, the skipper Powell came in, and then, as they would say, the rest is history, because Rutherford and Russell, they took it to another level. And then after Russell was dismissed in terms of being caught by Maxwell, bowled by Spencer Johnson, Shepherd came in and he contributed 2 runs, so 2 from 2 deliveries. And of course, taking the West Indies to a total of 220. And unfortunately today, but fortunately for the Windies, Australia was not able to respond. And West Indies is here, and we're here celebrating, and of course rallying around the West Indies. And our poll here, 80% said West Indies, was going to win this one. And we're definitely happy, and definitely happy to be up with you guys, and just, bringing you this live commentary just to keep you in the loop as to what is happening and, what is taking place there in Australia. All right. Franklin is saying, I won't be surprised if Russell share that award with Rutherford. And absolutely, that was a fantastic partnership. So I believe Powell is up now, the captain. So we'll hear, Ruren will definitely come and tell us all that is happening in a little while. All right, so definitely lovely and definitely something that, we are appreciating in terms of what we're seeing from the West Indies. And after all, let us continue to rally around the West Indies. And as you know, I cannot sing. All right, so happy to have you here. And, just guys, we can do better with the subscription. Just hit the subscription button. Hit the subscription button. Franklin, you need to give us some subscribers there from out of Guyana. Tell your friend to tell another friend and another friend to subscribe. All right. All right. So definitely for sure. A good matchup, a good encounter, and Powell is still sharing there. So we're waiting on my co-host to come on over as soon as possible to connect with us again to let us know, what is happening in that context. All right. So for sure, it's another win for the West Indies, and not just another win, not another win. It's a win for the West Indies, but a big win for the West Indies, a very big win. All right, a very big win for the West Indies, and for sure, I am looking forward to the ICC Cup, the T20 World Cup. I'm looking for that. Looking forward to that, of course. And we'll be here, with live commentary as best as we can. So ensure that you turn on that post notification, so tap the bell and select all so that you do not miss any updates. And for sure, soon we'll get back to track and field because that is definitely happening. And, would like you to be here too for that with us. And Franklin is saying world record breaking T20 international partnership for the 6th wicket. All right, so now they're getting a word from Marsh, the Australian skipper there. So we're just waiting again for some updates. And I believe perhaps that would be the last post, game interview there. But we'll see. Again, welcome if you're just tuning in. The game has ended and West Indies, they won by 37 runs. All right. So absolutely amazing performance from the West Indies, from both teams. But happy to see the West Indies showing up and showing off in this way. All right, so we're just here, just waiting, and I'm just looking in the chat here. Just checking here. No new comments just yet. Definitely beautiful. A definitely beautiful game encounter between West Indies and Australia for sure. So welcome, and definitely big congratulations to the West Indies on winning this third matchup, third T20 matchup. Definitely awesome to see. And it could not be, been, better to witness this. I'm not sure if Ruren, are you ready for us or okay, so Ruren is still there. based on indication they're not quite ready for us just yet. So still some presentation, going on. So I know he's trying to get as much of the, information to share with you as best as possible. All right. So thanks for sticking and staying with us. And I believe Ruren is ready for us. So I'll just send this over to you, Ruren.
All right, guys. So just a bit of information. We we had the interviews, and you know, Andre Russell was the first up. He was named player of the match. He said that the team didn't start well, and he wanted to do it right today. He wanted to have a good performance, and he said that it's there's a lot of belief in the team, and it was a total team effort. He was asked about that first ball that he faced, and that he was wrapped on the fingers by the bowler Spencer Johnson, and he said that in games like those things can make you more alert, and he said that got him more alert, and he was you know able to get a few shots away. He said he was also happy to play second fiddle to Rutherford because at one point he wasn't facing for quite a bit, and Rutherford was taking the attack to the Aussies, and he said that was good, and he just encouraged him to keep going. He's saying that they have a good team together, and he's loving how the team is pretty much gelling together. The player of the series was named, that was um, David Warner. He he spoke about the how his summer has gone. He played he played his last international. He told the fans that he played his last international game in Australia. So it's an interesting summer for David Warner. So he played a few games, test matches against Pakistan, and then he played his last test match against Pakistan, and then he didn't take part in the short ball shorter games in the ODI series and the T20 series. So he skipped those. He went to play some cricket in Dubai, and then he came back for the series against the West Indies. He's saying that he loves the break, and he enjoys spending time with his family. The reporter, the journalist, also made it known that Warner has been like at the in the Australian team for over 15 years, and it's going to be a little strange not having him out there. But he said that he's loving spending some time with his family, laying in his bed a little bit later, and he he's really enjoying the time. He made it categorically clear that he was done with playing for Australia after the World Cup in the West Indies and USA. So he said this match, as I said a little bit earlier, will the be the last match he'll play on Australian shores for his country. Um, he also dealt with he was asked about how the West Indian bowlers bowled to him in that um, second and third game after he scored that brilliant innings in the first game. He said that he he didn't mind that they started targeting him in terms of bowling to his pads. He said when you have quick bowlers not trying to get you out but trying to contain you, that works to his advantage. And it's interesting that he looks on it in that particular way. So he he really he really he really spoke about those things, and he's a pretty much a passionate guy, and one who always goes out and gives his all, and he has done that for his country. So all the best to David Warner as he goes forward. Um, Rahman Powell said it's a good feeling. The reporter was pulling his leg and said that reminded him of the last presentation when he said that, 2-1 would sound a lot better than 3-0. And he was saying that he's happy that the boys could turn up. He said that he credit the boys for the way how they played, everyone chipped in, and that was good to see. He's really confident in the squad that is arranged there for him. So he's pretty happy about that. He said that, as it relates to Sherfy and Rutherford, he said that he didn't do so well in the first two games, but they gave him lots of confidence and just tell him to enjoy his game. Just enjoy your cricket and the performance will come. And he said that happened there. He also said that Chase had an outstanding game, and he credits that to the squad that is arranged or assembled by the arranged by the helm of the team, Darren Sammy and the selectors. And he ended his presentation by saying thanks to the fans there in Australia for coming out and supporting. And that's what he said there. And just to add something to the fans, it was amazing to see the support that the fans gave to both teams. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that anywhere else before, but for the Australian fans to stand give Rutherford and Andre Russell standing ovation when they were walking off for their performances, that was really amazing to see, and it has shown how this series has been played in some good spirits. I'll leave it there. As with the last interview was done with March, he said that when they got West Indies down to 5 for 89, or sorry, 79 for 5, he said that he went in for the kill. He went using his best bowlers trying to get the West Indies out. But he said, as he has opined before, that the West Indies team is a very formidable team, and they bat really deep. So he wasn't totally surprised that they recovered from that grave position to post such a good total, and he underscored that by saying that they bat right down to number 11, where Azari Joseph can come in and hit a few boundaries. So he says that, and he really commends West Indies on their performance in the series. He also made mention of Bartlett, who did well in the game. He said that whenever he's given the opportunity, he has grasped it with both arms. And he said the young players are doing really, really well. So he commends the young players who came into the squad. They had George Bailey, and I think George Bailey is the coach. They were interested in trying people in new positions, and that's what they did, switching about around their personnel, getting persons rest and persons exposed, and they did that really well in this series. So that's what happened in the interviews. But a top class T20 series, and I must say to you, Natalie, I've seen some significant growth in the West Indies team. Things that I have seen them done in this series, I've not seen them in my time watching cricket. For West Indies to play three T20 eyes and scoring 200 plus runs in each of those innings is something that is to be recognized and appreciated, and the coaches need to be credited for their work as well as the players.
For sure, great performances. And that's what I was sharing earlier. They might have lost, but I wasn't too perturbed. I was happy in terms of the performances. And, this evening or today, it's absolutely special to see the West Indies coming back and at least, getting a win here, there on Australian soil. So for sure. And I just want to say, thank you, Franklin. Franklin in the chat is saying thank you, Voices in Education. Enough love to both of you. And you're definitely welcome. And thank you for your support. And Franklin is also sharing congratulations to David Warner for copying the Player of the Series award. He's my favorite opening batsman across all formats. So, definitely there. And I can see Rurian there just, in agreement with that statement there, Franklin. It has been a beautiful series. So, Ruren, what else is on the agenda for cricket in terms of, what else is coming up, soon that you perhaps think that we can cover? So, Francis can.
Well, I don't know yet. There are lots of cricket that is being played around the world. Most of the competitions that will take place now will be, T20 leagues and so on. There's a series going on between New Zealand and I think New Zealand and South Africa, if my memory serves me right. But most of what will happen going forward now will be T20 as players and teams are trying to get themselves in the best order for the World Cup coming up at in somewhere there in June. But before you come back in, Natasha, I want to say special thanks to Franklin for keeping the chat busy and for commenting and for sharing his views. He has been here with us for most of the series, and we totally appreciate you. And we love hearing from you, Franklin. So you have a good rest of your day, and continue to be a top fan, top supporter of this Voices in Education platform.
Absolutely, absolutely. So right now we're about to wrap this one up. I just want to tell you thanks for coming over, for sticking and staying with us, and for being here. And the real supporters are here in the sense where we win some, we lose some, but at the end, we had the victory today, and that was beautiful to see. And we're happy to be here in terms of sharing this West Indies, this Windies moment with you. So thanks again for coming over, for tuning in, for sticking and staying. To all the silent supporters, listeners, viewers who are not really sharing the chat, but you're here. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate your support. And, big up to everyone over there in Guyana. And Franklin, again, we really appreciate your support and you being here. Remember to exercise self care, take care of you in all that you do. All right. Blessings and love, everyone. We'll see you in the next live or in the next video. Remember to turn on your post notifications. So tap that bell, select all so that you do not miss any updates from this space, and hit the like button, hit that subscription button, and share. Tell somebody, to subscribe. All right. So, and we're looking forward to see some more persons from Guyana here as well. All right. Blessings and love. Take care.